Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to see you all. My name is Cherish Clark. I'm from Whitehorse, Yukon. I have my Bachelor of Science in Computer Information Systems, and I'm happy to be the MC today for the NIITA IT Symposium. In each of your bags, you should also have hand sanitizer and masks. And please be sure to follow current COVID protocols. We also have COVID testing kits if anyone needs them. Gunashchishatya adi shitikhti uayachat yanyadisha chasati Cherish Clark Gleka Kenach. My Tlingit name is Shitikhtu and my English name is Cherish. Today, I would like to introduce Camilla Janice Campbell. She is a Squamish language instructor and storyteller of the mythological legends that have been handed down from generation to generation. Janice strives to share her cultural knowledge with the community and all that want to learn. Please welcome Camilla Janice Campbell.
OCM, thank you very much. OCM and NIITA IT Tanoyap, Chamia Kwikwishamin Sna. Thank you. Janice Queen Sna, Tinat Chantla, Schotmish Ochomeoch, Iamin Tinat Chantla, Chomatquim Ochomeoch, Amen, Yetwan, Hotland Squallowin Quince Aquach Nomiap Tis Seats, Elch Tensequatel. Translated, good morning. I'm just kidding. My ancestral name is Chamia, also known as Janice Campbell. I come from the Squamish Nation, and I also have relatives in the Musqueam Nation. I am proud of who I am and where I come from, and it is very good to see you all here this morning. And we're gonna switch it up this morning, mix things up, and I'm gonna divide the room into 4 separate groups, and we're gonna get into some Indian aerobics. You guys are gonna work off some of that breakfast. And so I will share a song called Kwatayath Solom, Chief Jimmy Jimmy. And this is one of our top 10 on our Potlatch hits. And so I would like to divide the room into 4. So we'll just go straight down the middle this way, and then down the middle this way. And so like 4 squares, I guess, like into sections. So one section here, and then the far in the back, and in the right. And so the first group right here, I will call upon you, and when you hear the word Spakos, that means eagle in the Squamish language. And so you find folks will get up and bust a move and shake your tail feather and make sure and spread your wings and give a little wingtip action. Otherwise, you're gonna look like Air Canada, okay? So when you hear Spakos, that's your cue to shake your tail feather. And in the far left back there, we will call upon you, and it will be Takaya. Takaya is your key word. Takaya is the wolf. And so to dance like a wolf, you use one elbow over your nose, and then the other arm as the tail. And don't be shy. The Takaya, they sound like, ow! So when you hear Takaya, that's your cue. And in the far right, we will call upon you to be Yotyos, which is the killer whale. And so to dance like a killer whale, big arm movements, and psh, the breaching sound. So when you hear Yotyos, that's your cue. And last but not least, our fine folks here in the front right, you folks will be Skauk. Skauk is raven. And he's the haughty hot bird. You know, he's got his nose in the rafters, hands on the hips, and he struts around, looks around like that, okay? So when you hear Skauk, that's your cue to dance like a raven. So Spakos, Takaya, Yotyos, and Skouk. And again, the Chief Jimmy, OCM. OCM Tanoyap, thank you everybody for getting out of your comfort zone, for honoring the animal kingdom. And now you have bragging rights. You can go home and tell your family and friends you got to come to the Marriott Pinnacle and act like a bunch of wild animals. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to come and share a little bit of culture with you to start your morning. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. OCM.
OCM Ganesh Chish Chamiya. That was a beautiful way to open up our ceremony, an icebreaker. Along the coast, a lot of First Nations are clan-based, and so I'm actually from the Wolf clan, and so sub-moieties are, in my culture, Tlinkits. Sub-moieties are like killer whale and eagle, and so I really appreciate being able to eagle dance this morning. Up next, we have Patrick Brouillet, and he's one of the NIITA co-chairs, and he's also the eHealth IT manager for the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat of Manitoba. Please welcome please welcome Patrick. Thank you.
Hello, good day. Greetings on behalf of the NIITA steering, pardon me, sorry, I'm too far down here. Yeah, on the NIITA IT Steering Committee, I'd like to welcome everybody to NIITA and this year's event. First of all, I'd like to be thanking Cherish Clark for accepting our invite to be the MC. I'd like to thank Shemaya Janice Campbell for welcoming us with the beautiful territory of beautiful British Columbia. At this time, I'd like to recognize the members of the NIITA Steering Committee. Charles Bighead, Northern InterHealth Tribal Health Authority in Saskatchewan, Sue Richardson, First Nations Health Authority here in Vancouver, Roseanne Stark from the Confederacy of PEI, Jeff Niles from ISK, Debbie Blondell-Pitt from ISK, and Ryan Clark from ISK. A special thanks to our NIITA event coordinator, Pamela Davis. This symposium is dedicated to you, the IT professionals dedicated to working with our First Nations, and for that, I thank you. And that brings us to our first presentation. Our first presentation is the one and only Geoff Besko of Hilltop Partner Network. Geoff, as the CEO of Hilltop Partner Network, Geoff is focused on building Hilltop Partner Network while continuing to provide managed consulting services to an array of clients. Geoff has proven ability to build organizations and programs through strong leadership and mentorship, solid planning and execution skills, organizational change management capabilities, excellent knowledge, and best practices. He is a highly motivated and passionate leader with a proven track record of success in building teams, programs, and organizations throughout his career. Take it away, Geoff. Thank you.
I think I'm going to get Patrick to introduce me every time I go anywhere, so thank you for that. Okay, we'll just wait for my slides to be put up on the screen here. Maybe while we're doing that, I'll just, as Patrick indicated, I'm from Hilltop Partner Network, and what I want to do today is talk to you about some work that myself and my colleague Tom Fogg did, I guess about over a year ago now, building a business case for something that I think is actually extremely important, this concept of a NIITA office, to actually turn something like this into a longer-term, sustainable type of operation and organization. I think that's the wrong slides. Maybe I'll just quickly introduce what Hilltop Partner Network is, and we'll kind of skip through that when we get through the slides. So as Patrick mentioned, I'm the CEO of Hilltop Partner Network. Okay, so actually got my slides up. So why don't we go to the next slide, please? Okay, you might have to click 3 times, so sorry, we're going to be doing this a little bit manually. One more time. Perfect. So Hilltop Partner Network is a member network where we actually have a collaborative of independent consultants and specialist firms kind of focused in different areas. And what we do is we bring together teams to provide a broad range of services kind of across the board, from everything from architecture, analysis, project management, to deeper technical skills, a broad industry base, and we provide the concept of a kind of bringing people together to create a scalable, purpose-fit set of services, solutions, and people to support our clients. So just briefly what Hilltop Partner Network is. Next slide, please. What I want to go through today is talk a little bit about this concept of a NIITA office and the business case that we developed, myself and Tom Fogg. I'll talk a bit about the history of where the concept came from and got to the point of actually leading up to building this business case. And then I'll go through the results of that business case and what we discovered, some of the support that was attained through that process, as well as kind of where things have headed since then. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of history. One more. Perfect. So in 2019, which I think might have been actually the first or the second NIITA Symposium, there was a workshop conducted in order to talk about sort of the future of NIITA and what it could actually provide. And it talked about providing IT services, competence requirements, different service models, but one of the other things that actually focused on was what was the future of NIITA. So this, getting back together as an organization is an example of that's being sustained, but it's been sustained largely through the volunteers that have made it happen, the supports that are there, with people with actually full-time jobs that are trying to do this on top of that. So if you go to the next slide, please. So at the end of that conference, they actually talked about how do we actually turn this into a more sustainable operation that actually could support across First Nations across Canada, and actually look about trying to create something that's an independent, service-oriented organization that has full-time staff that are actually devoted to providing this type of support to First Nations. They identified a series of areas of focus, so about procurement, how to actually support procurement activities within First Nations around IT, training because of some of the challenges with people getting access to training, access to skills development, that sort of thing from an IT perspective, and that not necessarily just IT professionals, but also people within communities. Networking and communications and some of the challenges around broadband access and the sophistication around that. Policies and standards development, so how do we actually start to share more and actually support the ability of First Nation communities to adopt things and take advantage rather than trying to invent things themselves all the time. Technical services to kind of support the day-to-day operational activities, but also things like project management and supporting activities along those lines. And finally, regional-based advisory committees to actually start bringing people together more frequently than just say once a year in order to bring people together to actually share experiences, share knowledge, and be able to support each other in a little bit more of a structured and formal way. So as a result of that and the outcome from that discussion, the decision was to form a steering committee to actually build together a business case. And the concept around the business case was, how do we actually build out kind of both a business plan and also a case to support this business plan to retain funding and actually establish what the NIITA office could be. So the steering committee was formed and included First Nations Health and Social Secretariat representation, NIITA, the Northern Intertribal Health Authority, AFN, Digital Health Advisory Working Group, and had 3 reps that actually were participating from there as well. And then ISC headquarter, a few advisors that were involved in that. I think most of those people are here in this room today, actually. They did an RFP for a consultant for building this business case, and Hilltop Partner Network won that piece of work. And so we started in September 2020, and we actually completed the work by the end of February. And the concept there was to try to actually finish off that work in time to actually support kind of the next year's budget cycle and that sort of thing. So talk a bit about the scope and context of the NIITA business case. So first thing off is just in terms of what we were focused on versus what we were sort of staying away from. So the focus was really around what I would consider sort of infrastructure style information technology. So around everything from hardware and software, servers, broadband, et cetera, and that focus. Versus the digital health focus, which felt was actually being covered largely through the Digital Health Advisory Working Group and the activities that are occurring within various communities already, which would include things like information analysis, clinical applications, virtual care, and user training and support. One of the reasons for that is this idea that the IT side of things on an infrastructure perspective, and not just the technology, but actually the skill sets, the capabilities, are really kind of foundational to everything else. And so unless we have those things in place and actually supporting and working well, very difficult then to actually do the digital health adoption, right, and actually invest in that as heavily. And so that was a focus for it. Through our kind of review, we sort of categorized organizations a bit in terms of communities and different structures. And we had to do this because we were trying to articulate this business case from the perspective on how it was going to actually help different organizations. But the kind of map of, across First Nation communities across Canada, the view of like different organizations, how they're structured, is actually quite different depending on where you are and which location, whether particular regions or provinces or what have you. So on the bottom here, what we have is kind of really the core, right, is really our First Nation communities that are actually, living the day-to-day, the operational support and provision of services to their communities, whether it be healthcare, kind of child-type services, education, et cetera. And you have some communities that are actually then reliant or taking advantage of kind of another tier of organization, which is called an L2 organization, where they may be getting supports from this L2 organization who is supporting multiple communities. But then you also have communities that were basically doing everything themselves and completely trying to run everything separately without those types of supports. Within those L2 organizations, examples of that would be like a tribal council. They were providing supports to various First Nation communities, and sometimes they would also get support from what we call an L3 organization, which tended to be where they're actually providing support across multiple organizations. And there's just a handful of these types of organizations actually in, across Canada. The First Nations Technical Services Advisory Group, or TSAG, is a great example of that out of Alberta. So looking at it from this perspective was important because we were trying to understand, well, how does a NIITA office, how could it actually fit into this context, and where could it actually add value to these different organizations at different levels? So from an overall like First Nations IT landscape, we have to recognize that there was 600 First Nation kind of bands in Canada, a lot of services being provided, and the services were variable across different bands and within different communities, everything from child and family services to economic development, education, et cetera. You had these L2 organizations in some cases that were actually there providing service and support to multiple band organizations. And they exist in most provinces, but then some of these L3 organizations, which had more of almost like a very broad perspective and actually supporting some of the L2 organizations or directly to some of the L1. And they existed in a few different provinces, but not in all. And then the scope of the services was actually pretty variable depending on, which First Nation community it was, which band and which organization it was. So there's not a lot of consistency. So I was trying to figure out, kind of making sure we understood the full kind of range of services that might be provided and where those cases might be. There was also, of course, pretty obvious, but First Nation communities really require IT and information communication support to deliver any of these services, regardless of what we're talking about. And yet there's a huge variability in terms of access to those services, from basic infrastructure like broadband to just even skills and capabilities within the community to do that. And then the other thing we found was, you also have situations where First Nations are dealing, especially when I talk about health and education and family services, they're also dealing with territorial and provincial interactions as well and trying to work in that way. So if we think about some of the context there is, I might be from a First Nation community, and then I'm suddenly actually in the provincial healthcare system, and I actually have to hopefully they have records that they can share or share my information and give me the best care possible. So you have a lot of complexity associated with that. So kind of our task, and one of the things that we sort of had to think through as well, how do we actually talk about what a national organization, first, want to be successful, it really has to sort of fill a niche that it adds value without actually stepping on toes and actually conflicting or causing challenges or competing with other organizations which are already playing a great role in what they're doing. And so it was within this kind of context, I think it's important, because when we talk about this sort of idea of the NIITA office, it was about how does it complement and support what exists, and how can it actually do that in cases where different communities, different organizations exist and provide various types of services. So how does that fit into supporting these different organizations? So that was kind of the complexity of how the business case had to be set and what we had to think through as part of that. So as part of it, we went through a pretty extensive consultation process, especially considering we had to complete everything within about a month and a half. So we interviewed more than 30 people from across Canada, across First Nation organizations, both kind of at a community level as well as those that might exist within those L2, L3 organizations. We also did consultation with ISC as well, or ISC. I haven't called that before. ISC, I guess, is what Patrick said. So with Indigenous Health Services within Health Canada. And then we also made sure that we were kind of crossing different professions, so not just from an IT perspective, but also from people that were, in this case, we were focused on healthcare, so the health directors and managers within a number of communities and health centers. And our goal there was really to say, what are some of the challenges that you're facing? Try to get some understanding of those challenges so that we could actually start to pull out what are the things that might be opportunities, and then also work together to sort of set some of the priorities and what those priorities might be. So our goal was really to try to kind of bring things together and get some sense of that. As part of the challenges, some of the things we identified, of course, were obvious, like things like broadband communication and a lot of poor connectivity, especially in remote areas. And also the challenge with a lot of health centers is they're heavily reliant on this with their electronic medical records. And I suspect if you were to look into schools, et cetera, they would have similar dependencies that were reliant on that, and they wasn't very stable or sustainable. IT procurement was a big issue that was identified, so really trying to get good pricing and getting reliable results from what they got. So there was a lot of variability in terms of what people were talking about, their ability to get both not only the pricing and competitive pricing, but also get good services where people actually delivered, another common challenge. There was also some user challenges identified, and this was really about where some people within organizations were making decisions around IT, but really didn't have the background or knowledge or scope of experience in doing that. And so sometimes those decisions didn't work out so well. And so how to provide access and insufficient knowledge. And it's not only from a kind of a manager decision-making perspective, but even from an end user perspective in terms of what they're doing with the technology. From a working solo perspective, so it was interesting just even talking to Cherish, she's experienced this herself. But the idea that basically you have kind of very small organizations where you're really understaffed, overworked, they have nobody else to rely on within that organization, no backup, and so really everything kind of falls down to it. And I think that's particularly true when you have those communities that don't even have one of those L2 organizations to support them and are doing everything themselves. Challenges with local IT support around just actually having sufficient capacity, training, that sort of thing. And sort of this feeling that there was being substituted with contracted services or service providers, and felt it was like a waste of money, or they weren't getting really the services that they were really trying to get from that contractor. Also the management of IT as a profession within communities. So being able to actually hire people, but then actually more importantly is retain them, right? So it's a hot market generally within Canada, North America, et cetera, from an IT perspective. But if you're having a hard time being able to pay people and compensate them in terms of the market or provide them training or opportunities, then it's very difficult keeping people within the communities. And then finding from a funding perspective. So two challenges there. One is just dollars, so having sufficient funding to do what needs to get done. But the other side of it was having kind of one-time, kind of not very predictable funding. So if I got an injection to do something, but then don't necessarily have funding to support it and maintain it on an ongoing basis and to sustain it in the long run. And so that created a lot of risk from a perspective around things like data backup, security, staying current. So I went through that pretty quick. Actually, go back one slide, please. I went through that pretty quick, but just by show of hands, I'd be curious how much of this resonates to your experiences within your communities and the types of support you're providing. Do you see these things happening in your cases? Thank God, because I want to make sure what we did was actually real, right? So I was just joking, but I think this is important to sort of put some context, right? So this is what we need to solve. This is the problem that we need to understand and figure out how do we actually support and address some of these challenges. Okay, now you can go to the next slide. You're doing very well there with the cadence too. Thank you for without having been prompted. So if we start to think about it in sort of not just what are these, some of these are just symptoms of kind of underlying root causes, right? And start to think about what some of those root causes are. This kind of just summarizes those things. From a broadband perspective, we talked about the variability, and it's really demographically based in terms of the challenges where people are located, remote areas, and having to use like custom solutions to try to bridge networks, things like that. So, and then that just creates reliability issues. From an IT staff perspective, staff can be isolated both geographically and professionally and not necessarily have those supports, that mentorship opportunities, that sort of thing, and yet having to kind of continually try to learn new stuff because they're trying to keep up and also being able to deal with kind of IT policy related stuff without necessarily supports in doing that. And it also varies kind of regionally. So, what one organization might experience might be totally different in this level because of, their funding envelope, how large the community is, their ability to actually support it, having multiple IT people, that sort of thing. We also saw the IT procurement side as, there's really kind of an opportunity here because of the fact that if you had more scale when you're purchasing or even setting up standing offers and options, you could probably drive much better pricing, much better service levels from companies that you're dealing with even today. On the IT professional development, sort of separate from the support is just finding mentors, even peers to have assistant planning. These are kind of the core underlying things that makes that isolation and also makes it more challenging even from retention of staff as part of the next one, is actually to have a support system from an IT professional perspective. And also being able to, one of the things that we heard was, even from an HR management perspective within the communities is, how do I know I'm supporting that individual in professional development, what's the right things to do? Like, what should they get training in? What should I be hiring for? What skills, et cetera? And so that was a kind of a challenge, supports around that. The user challenges largely around kind of training and kind of decision-making processes. And then finally, from a funding perspective is making sure that there's sort of a view of how do we actually move towards more standardization of budgets, supports for actually a multi-year strategy that actually enables what First Nation communities are trying to do individually. So this just kind of summarizes sort of like some of the underlying root causes that we need to address as part of what we were doing with the NIITA office business case. Next slide. So we actually built out kind of a set of guiding principles. So first off is just focusing on improving IT infrastructure first that's used in First Nation communities and the work that IT professionals who are actually supporting that infrastructure. So what we mean here is not like, the NIITA office is really there to go, implement broadband. What we're actually saying here is before you can do things like digital health or actually, digital education, you got to get this right and you got to actually really support this. So that should be the focus of the NIITA office, supporting the actual infrastructure side of things. Providing the NIITA office services to all service areas within a First Nation community ultimately, so whether that be administration, education, economic development, health, and all the customers of those services, all sites within a community, kind of across Canada. So this is recognition that you have, we need to, the business case was focused on starting with health, but the reality is you want to build capability and capacity that could support all aspects of IT within a community, not just the health center, as an example. And this was sort of designed around the idea of being able to support those other areas as well. Also offering infrastructure advice, related tools and samples, but not trying to dictate or impose advice or policies or et cetera, on the First Nation communities, just following the principle of self-determination. and also making sure that participation was voluntary. So this wasn't an attempt to sort of create some overarching organization that dictates down to other organizations, but rather to create a structure that allows for sharing and hopefully people engage voluntarily so that it actually helps build up the opportunity. Complementing IT support services by the LTL through organizations rather than trying to compete with them. So this goes hand in hand with the voluntary piece because there's certain L3 organizations like TSAG, which actually is very kind of developed and mature, has a lot of different services that it offers. So how does NIITA be able to offer some of that supports to other organizations that might not have that, but don't require organizations to take that on if they already have those capabilities? And so the goal there is really not to compete, but actually to complement. Also act as a cross-regional facilitator for sharing of best practices. So even just getting groups together to actually support the ability to say, well, I need a security policy or a set of security standards around this type of technology. I could Google that, but if I actually had a reliable source that actually helped define it in the context of a First Nation community, that would be much more useful if I could pull that off the shelf, tailor it, and adopt it if it made sense to my organization, as an example. Or that I could actually have a group of interested parties that might be networking specialists, and we can have a dialogue that's actually facilitated through some supports. Finally, acting as a professional association for First Nation IT professionals in Canada. So this is actually really interesting because I think this is actually both an opportunity for actually building capacity, getting people like this together, not just once a year, but turning it into a process that supports actually development of IT professionals within First Nation communities, and also supports people staying, and actually being part of it, and actually don't look at it as in order to their career to develop, they actually have to move to another organization or outside of the community to do that, which I think is a big barrier. So these are the guiding principles that the steering committee approved to sort of help us define, kind of what we were doing from a business case perspective. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just wave at you to do one more click. Oh, okay, just do them all, and I'll just go through them. That's good. So just starting on the right-hand side there around IT procurement, so the NIITA office, what we looked at as the bottom here, the 1 to 4, are really the 4 services, the 4 core services that we thought the NIITA office could actually provide that would actually be valuable to First Nation communities and different organizations. So the first one around IT procurement was looking for opportunities to actually provide group purchasing of hardware, software, services from qualified vendors. And the concept there would be able to set up standing offer lists where you've actually got together, and so you're actually going out to market as an entire group with larger spending power to actually drive down prices, get better value, get better services, and being able to then purchase off that or use that as an opportunity. So that creates an opportunity, more functional, reliable local IT infrastructure, and at a lower cost per unit. So that's kind of the overall goal there. The second around IT best practices development support is about providing collaboration tools such as a searchable portal, having best practices documentation, templates, methodologies, that sort of thing, to sort of support that concept of a consistent implementation of practices, policies, end user IT collaboration, and also make it faster so that you're not searching, you have an authoritative resource that you can actually take advantage of. The third one is around infrastructure, strategic leadership, and advisory, and this is really about supporting that kind of cross-organizational sharing of best practices and advocacy on IT infrastructure situations or matters. So how to align First Nation expert advice on IT infrastructure, sharing it with decision makers in First Nation community and projects. And so this isn't suggesting that the NIITA office would staff a whole bunch of experts, in that particular specialty, but rather they would actually help coordinate and actually collaborate with those within First Nation communities, organizations, to actually bring people together so that you could have those special interest groups. You could have, this person's having a challenge, who can help support them and actually enable that. And then as part of that, actually be able to harvest some of that information, capture it, put it on the portal, make it available to others, right? So the concept there is to kind of build up that learnings. And then lastly here, number 4, the IT professional development and networking. So actually helping support things like career plan development, face-to-face virtual networking, mentoring support, that sort of thing, and again through collaboration. And this supports not only sort of the IT professionals, but it actually supports also the human resources side of things within communities, so they know what they're hiring for, as an example. They know what type of skill sets are required, how do I develop my people, what should I invest in, what should the training budget be associated with it, et cetera. So the concept here is through these 4 services, we saw them as complementary to what's being provided by First Nation communities already and the various organizations. And what we saw as the outcomes from that are, First Nations now have access to increased number of digital technologies because they actually have support from an infrastructure perspective. First Nations have improvements in their skills and knowledge and their capacity as a community and as kind of the organizations within the community. And then also the ability to kind of partner and bring partners and stakeholders together to work collaboratively. And, because we are building this business case from a healthcare perspective, the top line says better health services, improved health status, better health outcomes, but it could say better education, health outcomes, better capacity and community, or it could say, more supportable administration at a lower cost, right? So the concept here is that the business case is around health, but it could easily be transferable with, to the other services within the communities. So that gives you a sense of kind of the overall kind of services. I want to also talk a little bit just the governance and the structure that we proposed. You can go next slide, please. So we looked at kind of 3 different possibilities from a corporate structure perspective. One was actually looking at making an affiliate of the national organization like AFN. We sort of looked at the pros of that, or basically existing organization, faster startup, et cetera. Sort of the cons associated with that is it might be deemed as kind of a more political organization rather than kind of a support technical operational organization. Also, there was sort of this view that it didn't necessarily have aligned mandates in the sense that, you want to make sure that if the NIITA office actually had like a focus on IT, et cetera, but it might get kind of pulled into a lot of other things based on what AFN focuses on. Second was a division of a regional First Nation organization where they could actually kind of leapfrog, get it set up fast, et cetera. Similar challenges, not necessarily political, but there was the consideration of, are the mandates aligned? Do you then have a situation where resources get sucked into that organization's focus and there's a bias towards that? And so the third option, which was one that we recommended, was to create an independent nonprofit organization with its own board, have independence with supports from the different organizations, and potentially even use other successful Indigenous organizations like the First Nations Health Managers Association as an example, as potentially a model for doing that, or even using that to help support the startup of this. And so the concept there was that focused alignment, focused mandate, funding that's associated with what's being done, and making sure that it's governed within the best interests of the stakeholders that are involved in it. So from a governance perspective, we have kind of at the core of the NIITA office, the NIITA board we looked at as being an independent nonprofit board, multidisciplinary, and multi-regional. And so to the extent that we actually suggested that the regions actually vote and select a representative on their behalf to actually be part of the board to get that cross representation across the various First Nation organizations and communities. The chair would actually be appointed by vote of the members. And then you might also have advisors from key partners who might be part of that. So the advisors to the board are potentially represented on the board, and that might include, examples might be, ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, or it could also include maybe even major suppliers in the industry perspective to provide advice and support to what's going on there. And really the focus is on really governing the organization, not operating it, right? So it's actually supporting the decision-making process, direction, mandate, and that sort of thing, and making sure that's sustainable. The other concept was actually having a set of technical advisory committees that would actually be appointed or kind of support by the board chairs. They would really be looking at bringing technical leaders from First Nation communities, L1, L2 organizations, L3 organizations together to actually support different requirements. An example of a technical advisory committee might be, we want to actually set up a standing offer for procurement of networking equipment. And so you might bring out an advisory committee together to actually set the standards, put out the RFP, support that process with the NIITA office being kind of getting it done, right? The operational arm of that. Each would have kind of a specific kind of focus area. There might be some key technical partners depending on the type of focus for that advisory committee. And then also what it is really it starts to set the focus around technical leadership and direction of the NIITA services and various work products. So what you can see just by the definition I've talked about is NIITA is not trying to wouldn't be building its own set of internal experts, et cetera. It would be trying to leverage and support it from bringing those First Nation communities and technical experts to the table as part of that and enabling them to actually do some of these things with the tools, the processes, and supports. From an organizational perspective, from this perspective, this is sort of like in its full fruition. CEO with administrative support. And then what we have here is on the I'll go from the right to the left. So administrative leave, which would be like accounting, finance, et cetera. What you see then for the next 3 is basically a service lead for each one of the major services that we're talking about. So around professional development, the education coordination, things like that, technical and IT practices around actually being able to support standards, policies, et cetera, getting that sharing of knowledge there. And then IT procurement service lead for looking for those opportunities for scalable group purchasing and standing offers. excuse me, and then marketing and communications lead to actually gives a lot of it, so we focus on how do we get people communicating, working together, but actually showcasing what the capabilities of the organization are. And then that last role there, you'll see a regional coordinators is actually then having somebody that's actually dedicated to working with each region to actually support their needs, to actually get them engaged in the organization, actually support what they're trying to do. So you'll see the note on the bottom here is the intention is not that this all gets set up right at the get-go with the start of the NIITA organization, but actually through kind of a staged approach, and we actually bring on services over a couple of years in order to actually support getting things set up properly. So this sort of shows it at how we kind of envision it at full fruition. Okay. And then just implementation stages and timing. So we broke it down into 4 stages. One is just the initial establishment of the organization. Really, this is about getting endorsements and funding set up, establishing the nonprofit entity itself, setting up an interim governance structure is what we were suggesting. So basically, start with appointments of an executive leader to launch the organization, get the ball rolling. And then once there's actually approved funding, then actually go to stage 2, which is starting to transition to operations. So this is where we get CEO in place, actually on a permanent basis, and as well as getting key positions, establish the core operations of the organization, build out the first set of plans, and also start establishing the board and the TAC members, the technical advisory committee members, and then developing that marketing and communication strategy. And that sets the stage for being able to implement the first set of services. And we saw the low-hanging fruit were really around IT procurement services as well as the IT best practices development and support as areas that can be utilized almost immediately by various First Nation communities and organizations. Doing the prep work to prepare for the next set of services and also get the formalized technical advisory committee in place. And then finally, the implementation of the other 2 services in the year after that, identifying those opportunities then also to expand beyond that where it makes sense. So what we looked at is in order to move from number 1 to number 2, it's really that's where funding is required and to support the longer term. And there needs to be really a focus on just getting started and some supports from that initially in order to get the ball rolling. And looking that within kind of a 12 to 24 month period, you're actually launching a number of the services and that can be utilized by First Nation communities. So that was basically the business case that was developed. There was more detail associated with it, obviously, but it kind of gives you an overview of that. That work was completed in, I think it was February 2020, 2021, sorry. And then there was actually been some subsequent activities to support this. I know Charles Bighead couldn't be here today because of travel issues, but he probably could have talked to this a little bit more in depth, but perhaps even Patrick can comment as well. So there is actual supports that have been provided by the Digital Health Advisory Committee, which is a working group, which is actually a working group of AFN. The First Nations Health Manager Association has provided their support on this, as well as a number of IT industry partners, kind of bigger partners that work with Indigenous communities, Microsoft, HP as examples of that. And I think probably most notably is in December 2021 at the AFN Chiefs Assembly, they actually passed a resolution for the establishment of the NIITA office. And if we go to the next slide, this is just an excerpt from that resolution, basically, kind of calling out the business case was created, the fact that there's 4 services we're looking at starting at the beginning of this and getting going, and how critical this is. And basically, a resolution to direct AFN to call upon the federal government to recognize the importance of NIITA, supporting information technology infrastructure, directing AFN to actually call upon IC and the federal government to provide funding to establish and sustain the NIITA office, and finally, a call on the AFN to support the establishment of the NIITA office with sustainable and predictable funding. So this is, as far as I'm aware, kind of the most recent news in terms of where we're at right now. But I think it's notable because it actually shows support kind of from AFN, from some of the other organizations as well, to actually get this moving. And I think I'm hopeful personally. I think this is actually, I do a lot of management consulting, and I have to say that I think there's huge value in actually being able to set up the NIITA office, and I could see a lot of benefit if it was to move forward. So with that, just if anybody has any questions, I'm glad to answer them. I went through the business case, which was, I think, like a 150-page document or something fairly quickly. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death, but if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them. Over there.
Yeah, I just had a quick question there. Just in regards to the timeline, is that actually started? Like it said 12 months into a year?
No, so that was the actual plan that was in the business case, and we just assumed, like, so there would be, when the decision is to move, you'll remember that the first thing and the first step, the first stage was get support, and so I think that check mark is there. I think from a, kind of a First Nation support perspective, but really there needs to be kind of that launch of the organization, and then that time frame is based on that kind of launch that's there. And I'm not sure if there's anybody from NIITA that could talk to kind of where that's at right now, but beyond that point of view, so. Any other questions? I was just talking about you, Patrick. Yeah, in the back there. Pamela, just way back there. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Tim Wojtek. I'm from Quebec. We're an L3 organization providing connectivity service to all the health centers. So we work with 5 regional commissions as well.
Yeah.
I see that in your 3 options, you chose a national entity, which is kind of concerning a bit. In Quebec, we're kind of, we have good structure and good organization, good governance in terms of IT.
Yeah.
How would that work in the future if you're going to work with Quebec, for example? Is it flexible in your?
Yeah, I think it's flexible. Like, so the idea there is that, so I'll make the assumption that there's interest in participating, because that's obviously the first thing, right? But I think if there's interest in participating, what you just described is what we would have called in our categories an L3 organization, right? It's different than other L3 organizations, but it's a similar concept. It has like the full province, the health centers, et cetera. So the concept here is that an L3 organization maybe actually might be one of the would be the representative maybe from a regional perspective on behalf of. And the goal here, of course, is not about dictating or anything. It's actually about sharing, right? So there might actually be a lot of good knowledge and build-up that you're doing within Quebec that actually could be shared amongst the other regions, and vice versa, right? So the concept there is that being part of a member of NIITA and the NIITA office isn't about having to consume the services. It's about actually collaborating with each other, right, and taking advantage of that. So there's no doubt in my mind that a number of the L3 organizations like yourselves, TSAG, and I know there's in Atlantic Canada, there's organizations that are similar, they could really help others, right? And that's kind of the idea here, is that if we can actually provide those supports, that'll actually make a huge difference, I think. Are there any other questions? Or comments too, like, I'd be interested to know if people completely think this is the wrong idea. That would be useful to know too, but. Well, I think that's it for today. I wanted to, first off, thanks for the opportunity to actually be here. I actually, like I said, I do a lot of work, and I really think this is actually a really important piece of work, and I do hope it moves forward. The second thing is I'm just here, actually, unfortunately, for this morning because I had other commitments. But if anybody wanted to chat with me, I'm glad to do so when we have a coffee break. I'm glad to answer any other questions. I know some people sometimes are shy to kind of put out their question in this type of forum. And if you just even want to correspond with me afterwards, because we can't chat today, I got my contact information there, and I'm glad to have any further discussions with anybody. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to Geoff Besko of Hilltop Partner Network. So what I heard was that we were discussing a business case for the NIITA office. They looked at procurement, training, networking and communications, policy and standards development, technical services, it being regionally based. We learned a little bit about digital health, the information analysis that goes with that, clinical applications, virtual care, user training and support. We also learned about the difference between L1, L2, and L3 organizations. 4 key areas that they were looking at is IT procurement, IT best practices, development and support, IT infrastructure and strategic leadership and advisory services, IT professional development, and networking. One of the slides talked about independent NGO. And yesterday, Patrick and I talked about the benefits of nonprofit pricing. So I'm fairly new to, I'm not new to IT, but I'm new to health. I support an organization in the Yukon Council, of First Nations that recently took over a lot of health services, and I took over last year. And so we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and I'd be really interested in networking with everyone and talking more about HIPAA and some of the standards around health and information management and protection. I also just wanted to let everyone know quickly that if you need to take any calls, there is a lounge area in the Shaughnessy Salon just outside in the foyer, over this way. And also, if anyone wanted access to the Wi-Fi, it's Marriott Conference, and the password is FNHSSM. Yesterday, we also talked about making sure that people left their egos at the door. This is definitely an information technology alliance, and so as IT professionals in the room working in health, it's important that we take the time to network and get to know one another. I want to thank everyone for their questions for the last presenter, especially learning more about Quebec and how they're set up in their jurisdiction. So, coming up next, we have a presentation by Tribal Hub and Mike Day. And then after this presentation, we'll have a break at 10:15. So, Michael Day is the founder and executive officer for Tribal Hub. He is the chairperson for not-for-profit Tribal Share and the Tribal ISAC. Mike's experience includes over 30 years of leadership experience as a CIO for a large tribe in Michigan, for a multi-property commercial gaming company based in Las Vegas and Pennsylvania, and as a consultant to numerous tribes and tribal gaming across the United States. I also wanted to mention quickly that the online presenters will not be able to hear the room audio. And so if you have questions, please write them down, and they will be presented to Mike after his presentation. Thank you.
Very glad to be here. Really sad that I'm not there in person. I had some flight issues. As people know, I'm in a little town in Michigan, or anybody from a little town knows, you miss one flight, you miss them all. So really unfortunate. I wanted to be there with everybody. So today, I think I've been asked here today, really, to talk about Tribal Hub, which is, you're going to learn a bit about today, but it is the largest organization of technology-minded people from tribes across the U.S., especially the lower 48 and Alaska of the United States. So what I just heard from Hilltop and what I'd seen before in talking to some of the folks from your organization is that a lot of this resonates. A lot of things that you are now going through are things that when I was first forming Tribal Net, which became Tribal Hub, I'll tell you about that story real quickly. We went through a lot of the same things. We had a lot of the same challenges. How do we do this? How do we make all of this happen? So today, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of history, and maybe we're going to see how one organization formed in the U.S. that's very similar to what you want to do. Maybe not exactly the same, but similar in a lot of ways. And we can get some ideas about how you might propose to put together something similar so that you can do that for First Nations in Canada. So let's start out first by talking about what is Tribal Hub. So as I mentioned, it is the largest community of technology-minded leaders from tribes across the U.S. It is, I gotta move a few things over here. Hold on a second. It is currently the Tribal Hub would be the main name that you'd see, but it's made up of really 4 different divisions. So if you look underneath there, you're going to see Tribal Net, which is events and connections. Maybe even for a lot of you in the First Nations, you've seen some of our advertising, our social media, and other people kind of bombard that. There's an awful lot about what we're doing. You might see Tribal Net. That's all of our regional events, our national events. Tribal Focus, you were talking about some of the services you want to provide. That's how we wrap around technology, consulting, best practices. We work a lot with partners, though. One of the things that was brought up in the first session by Hilltop was that you don't really want to rebuild the wheel on some of these things that maybe somebody is already doing. So we partner with organizations that are already doing this a lot of times. Tribal-wise, you talked about education. We took a look at how we could provide education versus how companies like Skillsoft and Global Knowledge are already doing it. We went the route of saying, let's just create a lower cost for every tribal organization that wants to utilize this, and then work on some of their content to make sure that they've got all of the different courses, certifications, things that we think are really important for anybody who's working for a Native American organization. And then tribal value is where we separated out some of the things that were discussed with trying to figure out how do I get better pricing? How do I help some of these organizations understand who a First Nation is? Who am I supposed to contact at a First Nation? How do they buy? Am I getting the same type of a deal for a larger organization on the East Coast versus the West Coast, or can I make all of these things similar? So this is the structure we set up. But again, I'm going to get to this. I'm going to take you back a little bit first, and then I'm going to move up to the present and sort of tell you how we got there. And maybe, as I said, maybe there's some synergies and how you might want to be looking to do the same thing. So it all began with Tribal Net. It was the original event. It was the original seed, and it started 23 years ago. And I've got some pictures and stuff that are going to come up here over the years. We, of course, have lots of events, lots of people getting together. We have events like yours. Our event that just happened in Reno, Nevada, we had about 1,200 participants from the 574 federally recognized tribes across the U.S. and an awful lot of industry. We had about 160 exhibitor booths, Microsoft, Oracle, Dell, all of those players, and then a whole bunch of folks in health and otherwise that are providing services. So today, I'm going to walk you through where we were, where we are now, where we're heading, and then really what's the purpose of all this. So first, I'll embarrass myself a little bit. I'm going to show you a picture. It was in 1988, and this was me. I was just out of university and about to take a job with a tribe. And I had 2 little kids, and right at that point, I was worried about how to put food on the table and do a lot of things. Some of you in your career, you may be there right now. Some of you may be further along, but this was the reality of what was going on. It also happened to be right at the time that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which was huge in the United States, was being passed late in 1988. And that, of course, was going to change the everything related to economics for so many tribes with the introduction of gaming and hospitality. But meanwhile, of course, what things look like on a lot of reservations, as I'm sure they probably did with First Nations as well, was very, very different. At the Sault Ste. Marie tribe, which is right on the border of Sault Ste. Marie, Canada, so they're twin cities. This was actually where I went to school. I went to Lake Superior State University, went and worked for Sault Ste. Marie tribe. I was the very first technology person there. And at that point, the reservations, it was a dirt road. It was some of the worst housing and conditions. There really was not a whole lot of economic development. There was a health facility, but it was run primarily in the States. It would have been run by Indian Health Services for the most part, a lot of civil servants. But I heard these things that I found resonate everywhere when you're talking about tribes, First Nations, Indigenous people to an area. And I think hopefully these relate to you, because this is really the foundation. When I look back and think about what was the foundation of doing this, why would we be doing this? Why is it important? Well, we heard about maintaining sovereignty, heard about protecting and achieving self-determination. This is what everybody wants to do. We want to create self-sufficiency. We want to create opportunities for the tribe of the First Nation and its members. And we want to strategize and decide with the next 7 generations. Again, that seems very, very universal across the board. So it was a purpose that was very much worth working for and working at. But at the time, I was pretty uneducated with the fact that tribes, just like I'm aware that some First Nations happens everywhere, Alaska Natives, they don't interact that much. There's a lot of historical reasons. There's competitive commercial grant funding, all sorts of things. There just has been generally some distrust. But from my perspective and what I was doing, it made no sense for us not to be communicating. But I knew none of my peers, they didn't know me. The solution providers that I was seeking didn't know how to find me. I really didn't know how to find them. And it was every tribe for themselves for the most part. There was a tremendous dependence on government systems. But if we jump ahead and fast forward 10 years later, obviously my wife had been pretty busy too. We now have 5 kids. And I lived on a hobby farm right next to Canada in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. I now went from being the only employee to, we had 50 full-time resources in Sioux Tribe, who when I started had 70 employees, of which most were government civil service employees, now had over 4,000. We built 5 new health clinics, 5 new casinos, opened the Greektown Casino in Detroit, multiple hotels, gas stations, a sports venue, owned a minor league hockey team, furniture businesses, thousands of units of housing. And really some of the nicest roads were now on the reservation, and some of the best housing actually in the town was actually built there as well. And also along those times, if you want to think back to where we were at that point in time, especially for the techies in the room, that was still, the System 36 IBM. A lot of people, if you were around at that point, IBM still owned a lot of the back office stuff with what they were doing. It was moving to the AS400. And as I was building all of these things, there was no roadmap. There was nothing that said, here's how you build a tribal casino. Here's how you do these things. Here's how you do it. I was really trying to learn a lot on my own. And it was frustrating. A lot of mistakes were made that probably didn't have to be made. So it was somewhere in the area of 1997 that the idea of TribalNet was born. And I say I got a little older and a little wiser. I just, there was a lot of things that I was tasked with putting together that there really was no blueprint for. And again, if we go back to this time frame, if you recall, this was when DOS operating system was moving to Windows. There was a lot of changes happening. Novell Networks, for those, again, who are techie, if you want to hear some techie stuff, that was there. If you were connecting to the internet, it was by a dial-up modem. I think a lot of us remember that. And even at the time we talked about broadband, that was still an issue. One of the things I did with the tribe is I actually built a dial-up ISP network that we had modems across the 7 counties of the eastern Upper Peninsula, where we had those in tribal buildings. We actually did that not only for tribal members, but for the local community, because we had such terrible connection up there. We even shot broadband or microwave into Canada, and we're connecting folks on the Canadian side with our network. So a lot of things were happening at that time. But really what I recognized, and I think what all of you recognize from what I heard even in the first presentation, and also from my discussions with your group, is that technology is going to play a critical role in meeting those purposes that I laid out before. But more importantly, it's the overall success of your organization. There's not a single part of an organization now that is not driven in some way by some form of technology. So in doing this alone is unnecessary, it's inefficient, costly, dumb, and really, quite frankly, you're rebuilding the wheel on everything. So if you have an opportunity to figure out how not to do that, I think it would be to your benefit. So we did hold the first ever TribalNet conference. It was in the year 2000. I heard IBM's in the house there today, so shout out to them. They stood up and sponsored that. There was 15 people at that first TribalNet, and the way that happened is I actually went to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the U.S., got a list of all the tribal offices, typed out a letter that said, hey, I'd like us to get together. And my kids that you saw stuffed those envelopes on the floor of the house, and we sent them out. And here we go. We had the first event. We had it in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. And these may not be of that first event, but again, there's just some more pictures here that show a lot of the events that we've had over the years. And I'm going to jump through these, but this very last one does show these are 3 of our advisory board members from our health board right now that I'll talk about here in just a bit. So for many years, TribalNet was primarily an annual gathering. It was supported by volunteers, very similar to what I heard earlier and what I think you're doing right now is a growing community of tribes. And each year, our entire year really revolved around this annual conference, the TribalNet conference. So this was before Tribal Hub existed. It wasn't even in existence yet. It was just TribalNet at that point. But here's all the places that we've held this. You'll see I highlighted the year 2005 because that was an important year. Because first of all, if anybody's familiar with Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, you might remember this old building right downtown. We were located right up in these offices upstairs. But in 2005, I actually took an opportunity that moved myself and my family out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and out to Nevada. So from maybe one of the coldest places to one of the hottest places that you could go. But the important part was that we hired our first employee at that point. So we'd gotten to the point where it wasn't just all volunteers. Very, very difficult. As you know, everybody's got day jobs. We're already tasked with work. And when you add in trying to really form and provide services and do other things in an organization, it's really, really hard to do. So that was a big step for us. And it wouldn't be until 2016 and 17 that I returned to Michigan. And really my purpose in returning was to say, okay, I've been in Michigan, I was out in Nevada. Even in Nevada, I was running not only building some casinos and hotels, but also we had a whole consulting business that was working with tribes, especially on the west side of the U.S. But I also was still the advisory board leader for everything that had to do with what was still TribalNet at the time. So when I returned, we rebranded TribalNet. I said, really, all the services that we wanted to put together when I first started this, which I kind of showed you how they've evolved right now, but that really was generally the idea and a lot of what I heard in that opening session. So we rebranded TribalNet and we made Tribal Hub with the separate services that we provide under their own brands. And then since then, we've grown. And if you're not familiar with the U.S., here's just a real quick map. We work with one of our partners, Esri, and they help us update this map. And so we of course, provide a lot of information, services, and membership to the vast majority of tribes in the U.S., and of course, all of their enterprises as well. And if you're not familiar with structures of tribes in the U.S., it's very common for them to have really three primary divisions, one being their government, so all government services. So government membership, I really place that under there. Casino or gaming and hospitality, casino resorts are really separated out because it's such a big part of what a lot of the tribes do. Then you have health and social services, and then you have other enterprises. So there's a lot of other enterprises as well that tribes are doing, but we really have kind of separated out gaming and hospitality because it's such a big piece of what's happening in the States. So how are we set up? What does it really look like? So who makes up this Tribal Hub community? So this is our group. You will notice I'm obviously pretty smart because I have all really capable and intelligent ladies working for me. They do a great job. But this is our team. So this is where all the work is accomplished today. And you'll see that mostly it's outreach and membership people, because we built most of this around the model of we don't want to rebuild some things that our partners or other people are doing. We want to promote what they're doing and let them focus on it, because typically they're doing it better than we can do it. But we do work directly with an awful lot of our partners. We have advisory boards. So we have a gaming and hospitality board. Here's those folks listed here. All of our advisory boards, they're really important because they are the ones who keep us on point. We meet regularly throughout the year, and each of them tell us this is what's important, this is what's happening. If we have a topic at a regional event or our annual event, they come from our advisory boards. You'll see that we have tracks within our educational tracks that are really set up around them. We have a government and membership services board, very similar to what I just talked to you about. And you'll notice that we have people from representing tribes from across the nation on each of these. We have a health IT board, which even includes some folks from Indian Health Service as well. So they're a big part of what's happening and how we're providing services. So it's not only people working directly from tribes, it's also from some of the supporting organizations. And then we have a leadership board, because leadership is a big piece, strategy, everything dealing with technology right now is all based on how are you going to take it? How are you going to deliver the message in a boardroom? How are you going to get the budgeting, funding, strategy that's really going to help your First Nation be all that it can be? Well, that's really through a lot of leadership and developing your leadership skills. And more recently, we've added a cybersecurity summit. We have a whole committee that handles that. I'm imagining this is as big a topic in Canada as it is in the US, so a lot of discussion around it, and we have a whole annual event now that just deals with that. And even on top of that, we help to form this tribal ISAC. It's an information sharing and analysis center. If you want to learn more about that, it's really, you can just go to tribalisac.org and learn more about what we're doing there. But it's another thing that you could easily do. This is a separate not-for-profit. It has nothing to do directly with Tribal Hub, except we help stand it up. And of course, now I sit on the board because we really help put it together, but we're really just trying to get this to work on its own. It is by tribes, for tribes. And what we've done is we've made a safe place for sovereign tribal nations to share security information or information about what's happening within their organization. Because as I think most of you have learned, and we've seen over and over across the country, is that when one type of organization or a tribe or a tribal casino or a tribal health center has a cyber incident of any type, the likelihood of seeing that at another very similar organization very quickly is extremely high. So the faster we can share information and work on this together, the better. So that's what this is all about, and we're working on that. And we also have some working groups that are set up in it. And I've spent a little bit of time because I heard some of this in the Hilltop presentation, where our working groups are working on things like a standard set of, this would be a contract addendum that covers all of the cybersecurity things that you'd want when you're writing any contract with any third-party vendor. So that will be available for any of the Tribal ISAC members to just download. They'll get they won't have to try and rebuild it. If they don't have the resources to do it, they will basically be covered on most of the things and contracts that you'd want to have in any contract that you're dealing with that covers all of your security, cybersecurity, sovereignty issues. And then the Tribal Share Board is just simply the board that oversees the Tribal ISAC. So that's truly the not-for-profit, and then the Tribal ISAC is a DBA basically underneath that. That's the main purpose, but our goal here is to be able to do some scholarships, educational, other things through Tribal Share, and so we have board members for that. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these next couple of slides because they're just lists. We have a great percentage of all of the tribes in the U.S. that are members, but you will see that there's enterprises of those tribes. There's actual government tribes that are part of it, and this is just a small piece of it. And then we have associate memberships, and these are some of the companies that are members as well and support what we do. And when they're supporting us, it's easier for them to figure out who it is they're supposed to be talking to at tribes. And it's easier for our members to understand who in these organizations really support all First Nations it would be in Canada, and what is the team that really steps up and supports that type of an organization. So together, all of us, and this is a presentation, I probably should have mentioned this at the beginning too, sorry about that, I gave this at our last TribalNet event in Reno. A lot of people were not aware of some of the history. So what you're seeing here is just modified slightly, but really this was a lot of what I discussed when I was in Reno and was providing this. And also good, I'm on track, got it. So we've got a few minutes left here. I want to make sure that I've got that time right. Yeah, okay. So together we're all part of this. These are the things that we're working on. Again, it was the purpose that we're here. It's critical for all of us to be doing this. And then I'm going to jump into a few of the services here. And I know we're going to take a break here in about 5 minutes. So as these things pop up, I'm going to let you take a look at those on the screen, and then I'm going to go over them. We have one slide where we sort of show them all at once. There's a lot of different things that are happening here. I think I talked about quite a few of them, but I'm going to give you just a little bit more information on what we do, and then we'll probably take that break, and then that will be a good time for me to then move on to the second part of this. So let's look at this from an overall, some of the services that we provide. So our organization, starting from just volunteers, people showing up in Sault Ste. Marie and agreeing, yes, we should be talking more. It's built into something far greater. And it's been all of the members and everybody who's been a part of it who have really decided where it should go. So right now we do free webinars. So we do a couple of webinars a month, usually at least 2 a month. We have these monthly member insights where we're taking information that we've gathered from tribes all across the U.S. and we send out some insights. Who's doing what? How are they solving this? Maybe there's a story about somebody who had a challenge, and we'll cover that. We'll talk about percentages, who's doing what, how they're doing, and if there's issues that tribes are having with how to obtain some funding or other things, we might have some best practice stories, but that's in there. Of course, we have hundreds of meetings from our advisory boards. We have a podcast channel where we are interviewing the operational folks who are solving these issues at tribes all across the U.S. You can tune in and listen to that. You can all do that as well if you'd like. We have an online community forum, which is really kind of cool, where we've broken that out by region, we've broken it out by topic. But if you have a email that ties you to your tribe, you're able to join that, and then you can join in the conversation. And it's sort of like a mini Facebook for just tribes in the U.S., where you can ask a question. Maybe you're having an issue, maybe it's a technology or otherwise, but you have the ability to do that, and people can respond to it. Of course, we talked about some of the regional events. We do 7 regional events, and we have Travel Hub magazine. So lots of different things that we are doing out there right now to try and make sure that we're communicating with all of the different tribes across the U.S. So not only do we have the annual meeting, which is similar to what you're doing, I think, today, but I also have a team right now who's in the Southwest. They're at Isleta Casino Resort in Albuquerque, and all the tribes from that area, New Mexico, Arizona, are now meeting and having a chance in a smaller geographic area to talk about things that may be really important in that geography versus nationally. So those have been great events, and really they've taken those to springboard, and they meet on their own 2 or 3 times before we meet once a year with them. As a group, we just help coordinate that effort. But the ability then to make some close friendships, to really finally have the ability to pick up the phone and call an organization that might just be just down the road and talk about some similar challenges, saves people a lot of time, a lot of hassle, and make better decisions. So all good things. Okay, so we have a video that's set up here, but I'm not going to play this one. As a matter of fact, what I think we're going to do, because I think we're supposed to be taking a break. If you want a panel, if you can tell me, do I have a few more minutes? Should I go a couple more minutes here or take the break here and then keep moving on? Just if you put that in the chat, I'll do whatever you want to do. I'm sorry, I wish I could hear what's happening, but I think the way the sound is working, it's one or the other. So I'm listening by anything that I see in chat at this point. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing her put anything else in here, but I think we're going to take a break at this point then, and just let me know in chat if that's good, if you would.
Hi, everyone. So we're running just a little bit ahead of
Pamela,
schedule,
you just need to let me know when we're
which is really wonderful.
when we're back as well.
I don't have access to the chat, so I'm not too sure. But anyway, so we just had a presentation, the first part of the presentation from Mike Day from Tribal Hub. And what I heard is that it started as TribalNet, which was focused around events. And then they expanded into Tribal Focus, which was technology consulting, then Tribal Wise, which was IT training and education, then Tribal Value, which connected to solutions like procurement. Mike Day also talked about some of his experience, so like his experience with Novell mail servers. If anyone has experience with Novell, put your hand up. My First Nation just got off Novell a couple years ago. He talked about dial-up. I remember being on dial-up. He also talked about improving microwave sites, which my community is still on a microwave site. He also talked about how he was in Sault Ste. Marie within Michigan, and that IBM sponsored the first TribalNet meeting in Y2K. And so I'm curious if anyone's managing Exchange and if they had to fight Y2K22 at the beginning of this year. Put your hand up. Yeah. So in 2005, they moved TribalNet to Nevada, and they hired their first employee, and they did a rebrand to Tribal Hub. And so today, they have a huge team dealing with outreach and membership base. We saw some of their advisory boards, like the Gaming and Hospitality, Government and Membership, Health and IT Board, Leadership and Executive Board, Cybersecurity Summit Committee members. And tomorrow, on day 2, we'll be hearing from Timothy Chung from IBM more about cybersecurity in the afternoon. They also talked about their tribal ISAC steering committee. And did anyone catch the acronym, what ISAC stands for? Maybe we could ask that question. We also looked at, they just quickly went through who their members are. So without further ado, it is 10:11, and when we return after break, Mike will continue with his Tribal Hub presentation. So if you have any questions, please let Pamela know, and she will direct them to Mike. So it's now 10:11, and we will return from break at 10:30 to continue Mike's presentation. Please feel free to mingle and get to know one another. Thank you so much. See you soon. Okay. Hello. Thank you, everyone. It looks like everyone did a lot of really great networking over the break. So I would like to reconvene our meeting. We're at 10:33 right now. And so I would just like to remind everyone that we have one draw per day for a new iPad. And so everyone that participates today will be put into the draw. And also, please join us for the NIITA networking event just outside the foyer from 7 to 10 p.m. tonight. Without further ado, I just want to ask the technicians in the back if Mike is ready to continue his presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we are back. Just waiting to get confirmation. Perfect. All right, so you can hear me. I'm assuming you can see the presentation right where we left off. There was a question during the break. I am going to start with that. Somebody asked in the presentation, we were talking about ISACs or ISACs. I think I always say ISAC. I think that's what you hear most of the time. But what is an ISAC and what does ISAC stand for? It's Information Sharing and Analysis Center. So one thing, if you do really want to get more information on this, you can look this up online at tribalisac.org. We have a quick video. That'd be the easiest way to learn about what we put together, a lot more than I'll be able to explain here. But really quickly, ISACs are one of the preferred way that the Department of Homeland Security in the United States has asked industries and communities to come together to share information. So I think we've all heard the if you see something, say something type terminology before with all the things that have happened in the world. So this really kind of spawned out of this, and it goes along the lines of what I was talking about earlier, where when you see an issue or a threat within a certain community or industry, financial, water, retail, energy, tribal, or First Nations as an example, you often see the same type of attack start to happen, especially if it was successful at other sister brother organizations. So the best way to do that is have those communities come together and be sharing threat information and what they're seeing. So that's what those were formed around. You can learn, as I said, a lot more about why we put that together and how we've helped develop that. Okay, so now I'm gonna jump back to this presentation. So I'm not gonna show the video that's on here. I'm just really gonna summarize what it is, but it's important. I've no doubt that a lot of First Nation organizations are very similar to all of the tribes and their enterprises and government across the U.S. in that you don't really have a lot of visibility into what everybody else is doing. So I started this story talking about how I felt like I was rebuilding the wheel on everything. So for almost 25 years now, we have been collecting information. And so what we do is we've got about 95 different systems, everything from what are you using in your back office, for your storage devices, for your software, for your accounting systems, purchasing systems, health, ERP, pharmacy, lab, x-ray, if it's health, all of those types of things. What are you using for your billing programs? What are you using if you're trying to do communications? Are you using Microsoft products? Is it the Exchange on site? Is it Office 365? Are you moving to the cloud? All of those types of things are in there, along with all the different types of security systems and firewalls and so we collect a lot of that information. We do this for different tribes. And of course, we also know a lot about those organizations. We know maybe how many members they have. We know if they have gaming and hospitality, or how many health centers, or how many tribal members they have. So in this portal, you'll see that we are developing, and I put that right here, that it's a new search platform. We're adding a lot more search capabilities. So as an example, if you are a First Nation organization and you're interested, we've got to do accounting, we've got to do payroll, we've got to do all of these things. Rather than start from the beginning, you really can just go online. This is how you do it as a Tribal Hub member. In the States, you go online and you look up organizations that are similar to you. Maybe they have the same number of facilities, the same number of tribal members, so you understand that they're the same size. You might not want to compare yourself with somebody who's 10 times the size of your organization. And then you pick the types of systems you're looking at. It gives you the short list that lets you drill down to see who those providers are and maybe who the contact people are. And it'll also let you see all of the various First Nations, in your case, that are utilizing it, is how this would work. and it shows you the contacts. So now you can actually pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, we're thinking about this. What do you think? Or what would you do differently if you put that in place now? This is an extremely valuable tool. It's one of the things that's used a lot by all of our membership. And you can imagine when you're making some of these pricey decisions, how valuable this can be. And it helps connect the industry providers, and it helps connect all the organization of their peers, and it just makes everybody make better decisions. So along with that, we also have a library. And so you were talking about some best practices. So we have a library that contains policies, procedures, all of those things that are written. And there's a lot of things that are written a little bit different when you're dealing with tribal organizations. So those are inclusive in some of the things that we put together. And they're all boilerplates. They're not written for a specific tribe. They're really, we put anonymity into those types of things, and you just really get the basic boilerplate documents that you can then utilize for yourself. And we have some RFP documents. We do all the industry insight reports. We have benchmarking comparisons. Lots of people, lots of organizations say, hey, how come I've only got one person in IT and they've got 25? Is there anything that shows that for my size organization it's typical to have this? So we have a lot of those comparisons, and we put that in there. We make it available to members. Very valuable tool. Again, the idea here is to lift everybody up. Surveys, we do surveys, all sorts of things. So we're continually adding to this. So yeah, we have all of those pieces, but really, as I said from the beginning, this is all about what is it you're doing, and how are you, how are you getting there? And give me just 1 second. I got to bring up a second screen here. Okay, so I have my notes sitting on another screen. I got so many screens open. Tribal Hub, so making the difference along the way. So what are the things that we've done, and what are the things I think you could do by setting this up? So first of all, we've saved millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in purchases over the years for tribes, with helping them with decision making, similar to what I just talked about. We have changed vendor models. When we first started having our events, there was very few organizations that had teams of people built to support just the tribes. All the Native American organizations across the US. Now there's a bunch of them. A lot of that didn't just happen for any other reason. It's because they started attending our events. They started understanding the importance of having a similar feel to every organization you're working with, regardless of the geography in Canada or the US. And so their teams were now suddenly built around this. This was a great benefit to everybody involved. Much more powerful voice in opportunities, making sure that First Nations are getting their fair share of any government programs that might exist. And then, of course, lifelong friendships. You really can't put a dollar value on some of these things. The ability to really lean on people when you're having some issues, your organization is having some troubles. If you put 10 really smart people in a room, the odds of them making a better decision than one person is pretty high. So that's kind of the idea behind that. So lots of new connections, both for finding better products and services, to really just understanding I have more people I can work with. Careers and opportunities. If you're anything like here in the States, people move around a lot, and they tend to move around a lot within other First Nations or tribal organizations. If that happens, being a part of this network, great way to really understand what your opportunities are. So there's some great personal benefit here. Greater success through technology. I started the whole presentation saying that lifts the whole organization. And yeah, even a couple of marriages, that's one of my favorites. I'm not going to say if they're still together, I have no idea, but at least 3 or 4 at our events, we know we're married, and they were happy to tell us that. So I'm not saying that's why I want to start it, but hey, maybe that's an outcome. So, and the Tribal Hub community understands this thing. Here's some premises that we built all of these things on. First, that all of us, even though sometimes it feels like we're in competition, whether it's funding or something else we're working on, when it comes to technology and what we're doing, we we really are not competing on many. And this is something we've been working on over the years. It's why we built this community, and people understand that. And of course, help someone to the top of the mountain. If you're doing that, you arrive there too. And my favorite, I had an old boss used to say this all the time, and so I put this out here, is rising tides lift all ships, and I truly do believe that. Too often we have people who are trying to make their organization better than everybody else, which it's okay to want to be superior, but at the same point, you don't have to do it to other people's detriment. So, and I think that's what the Tribal Hub community has really been about, saying that we can all rise by working together. So everybody in this room understands there's an immense responsibility. It really is, I can say that in my career, I found, especially since I focus on technology, but I can tell you the health of an organization, any tribe, and I can only use the ones I know here in the U.S., when I understand how their technology team is built and what they're doing and where they're leading, I can almost always tell you exactly how successful that organization is. That's how important it is. It is so critical to everything that's being done now and where we're going and how we're getting there and how we're achieving success. And that's one of the things we're working towards. And something just to keep in mind is that it's well beyond, technology is just not, in the early days when we first put this together, everybody thought it was just a bunch of techno-weenies, propeller head people, I guess I'd say. Often the nerdery, trying to make decisions on what's happening. We spend all of our time now talking about how technology, everybody owns it. It doesn't matter who you are, you're probably walking around inundated with technology. But in your organization and the growth of technology, and the reason we have those leadership boards and the things that I think your group should work on as well, is you're doing this, is technology is just the how, right? And what's most important to that success level is being able to deliver the why, the what, and the when for your organization. And as leaders and as people in this organization, I think that's a big piece of what you're trying to deliver. That's what we try to deliver. That's what we try and make sure that everybody who's a member is able to deliver that and take that back to their own organization. But I think it's critical. It's going to define a lot about the success of every organization. And of course, you play a critical role in the ultimate success level because of those things. So technology, you, success. Okay, so now I'm going to talk just a little bit in, I guess, bigger picture here. So there's three things that I'm focusing on. And again, when I delivered this at TribalNet, what I was trying to talk to the audience about is, having sat through a lot of these sessions, all of you are here today, you're listening to presentations. I think a big piece of it, at least the opening sessions, have been about how do you want to formulate what this organization might grow to in the future, and how do you want to create this? And so just a couple of things I want to talk about here and sort of leave you with, and then I'm going to leave some time for any questions. And once again, even before I get into this, I really do wish I was there in person. I'd love to be able to go out to dinner or grab a drink with everybody and really talk about some of these things, but I'm happy to do that at any point in time. But first of all, let's jump into the fact of networking. So is it a coincidence that most successful people often have the broadest networks? I would guess if you really thought about some of the people who you think have been the most successful in what they've been able to do, you're going to find that they have a broad network, they have a lot of connections, and that takes time, it takes work, it takes effort, but you really have to do it. You also know some people who like to work by themselves, and they may be successful working by themselves in a closed room or however they're doing it, but they're probably not nearly as successful as those people who have engaged with a lot of other people, connected, and really tried to grow their network. And I think that's part of what this group and what we're trying to do here is to say we can all be more successful by increasing our network and our connections. And secondly, meaning. So meaning, I could really do an entire session around each of these, and I'm just very much summarizing them. But meaning, which is, do you and your team share an understood purpose? So as someone who was a CIO and has been a CIO for 30 years and now, trying to guide this organization and some of the other things that I'm doing over the years, I think the thing that has gotten my team and other people through a lot of things is that we really understand there's a greater purpose. So when I say an understood purpose, it's not the purpose of working on the project you may be on today, or the fact that I've got to get this thing done by this deadline. It's the greater purpose, so that no matter what's happening in the organization, you don't lose focus on it because it's a greater purpose. And I think we sort of laid those out when we're talking about sovereignty and self-sufficiency and other things. These are things that deserve more than, hey, we hit a speed bump, we're not going to be on those anymore. So the question here really is, even if you understand it, are you sharing that with everybody around you so that they understand it? In other words, is everybody on the same road leading towards that same meeting? And do they all understand it in the same way? I think it's really a key as you build this group or whatever you're doing, even in your work each day, that you stay on task and you make sure that your team really understands that purpose and meaning. And again, you build those networks. All right. And then last piece is clarity on what really matters. And that's focus. And that, we live in a world of distractions. Some of you today, you probably got your phones out. I can't see all of you. There's other things that are happening, but that's typically what's happening. We constantly have things that are going on. Someone wants us. Someone's got to talk to us. We've got something happen. It's really, really hard to have focus on what's happening. And what we end up doing, I think, sometimes is we start to lose focus. And if you take the last two there, meaning and focus, I think I've done entire presentations before on clarity, just the word clarity. Do you have clarity on what's happening? And it's a strange thing, but it also guides how you put together groups like what you're trying to do today. And sometimes, if you want to personalize it, it's how you can be successful in life. And sometimes, unfortunately, that happens in times of tragedy and other times, but there's been times in your life, just like all of us, where you suddenly have had a greater understanding of clarity. Everything that's going on, and you realize what's important to you. It's kind of like saying, not to be morbid, but if there was something that was written on your gravestone, what would it say? And it's probably not whatever you're working on right at this moment. There's probably a bigger picture of who you want to be, where you want to go. And having that focus, attaching it to some of the meaning and purpose, and then, of course, networking and being able to share that with more people and be a part of that more is really what this group that I think you're trying to evolve into and what we've done here, that's how it really comes together. So there's some truth, there's some honesty to it, and people can really relate to what you're doing. It's not just a single thing, there's more to it. There's something under the covers of what you're putting together. And I think you have to do that in order to be successful. So, and then this is the last slide, and then we're going to take some questions on this, and I'm happy to take those if anybody had them. I'm not sure if we're going to have to put those in chat or not, but just in closing here. So building an engaged community, it can be a win because you professionally win, your entire community wins, and of course your shared purpose wins. So you put all of those three things together, and that's really what we're trying to achieve. So you, by being a part of this, are developing yourself, you're developing your network, you're developing your skills, you're making better decisions, the entire community is benefiting from working together, and of course the shared purpose, which is for the benefit of all First Nations, and really the success of everybody, going back to that slide where, all ships rise on a high tide, right? Type of an idea. That's the idea of what we're trying to get to. And that's really a bigger way to look at what you're trying to form when you put these types of communities together. And over the years, from what started, as my kids sending out a bunch of letters because I didn't know anybody, and then just a whole bunch of people who started to engage and say, we really think this is a good idea, and then getting backing up of a lot of organizations who said, well, we like this because we don't know how to talk to tribes, we like to support the effort, has grown into what it is today, which, again, is it's the largest network of technology-minded people at tribes across the U.S. And that is the Tribal Hub story. So, thanks for the time today. Thanks for letting me present. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And my team and I, and I'm sure our entire community, as you decide to move along this journey, we're happy to help out in any way we can. And I can see Pam's typing.
That was an excellent presentation. There was a lot of information, and I had someone
I'll
ask.
wait just a second to see if there's any questions or how we want to handle that.
He can't hear us, so. So I just was saying that was a really informative presentation. I had somebody at the break ask me if the slides were going to be available, and they are for anyone that would like a copy. And yes, I would like to pose to the room, does anyone have questions about Tribal Hub and some of the successes that they've had in the United States? Yep. We can bring you a mic, and we can also just type your question in the chat. And while that's happening, I can wait.
All right. Well, I think we're all good then. So I'm gonna hop off.
Oh, I hope he doesn't leave.
There's a question. Hold on. I'm gonna stay on.
Okay, perfect.
Move this over here, so I'm actually looking.
My question is around the nature of collaboration with Tribal Hub. He spoke a lot about how collaboration was key. And
yeah, very sorry we have to do questions this way, and I've got to wait from in chat.
And that they don't have a lot of competition between them. So I'm going to type it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so the question that was just asked, I'm sure you've all, maybe you have heard it, but it's collaboration. So how did we make collaboration work among all of these groups without competition? So time and patience is probably the easiest way for me to explain how we've done this. Nothing happened quickly. This was, it really takes a lot of time, and you've got to get to a point where there's some trust. So I can speak, I'm going to make some assumptions that a lot of the things that are very similar with the tribes in the US, very similar with First Nations. And I started saying that there is some competitiveness. You could imagine if they're in gaming and hospitality in the same state, there's some competitiveness. If they're trying to receive dollars from grant funds from the government or from the state in the US, or however they're doing that, there's competitiveness. There is a history, maybe a warring history that goes way beyond that has created some issues, and there's some haves and have-nots across the nation. So having that be the ground that we started on, we really talk about this. In technology, we're not competing on very many things. Most of the solutions we're looking at are public solutions. You can obtain them anywhere. This isn't a solution that we're developing somewhere that we're going to be selling. These are things we're consuming and trying to figure out how to utilize. So getting people to collaborate was really a part of us just using our national, annual event, and then our regional events, and building advisory boards, letting people know that we were speaking with not just for the community, but also we were working directly with you. So the people who are making the decisions and deciding where we're going and what we're doing wasn't just a couple of people in an office somewhere. They were actually folks that were engaged at these organizations, at tribal organizations across the U.S. So we take our direction from them, we follow that direction, and we built on that. And that was a big piece of it because people had to understand that we were working in this way. And you mentioned the fact that you didn't really want to rebuild the wheel, or you didn't really want to duplicate services that are out there. That's a big piece of it too. If somebody feels like you're duplicating a service, then you're going to create a competitive environment. And I think you want to stay away from that. That's why even when we're working with some of the commercial businesses that we work with, we do that because we don't really want to compete with them. We want to help them have a better product. And if they can focus on it and deliver something that may be even better than we'd be able to do ourselves, well, all right, more power to you. We will be able to consume it, but we'd like it to work more along these lines. So our group works with them to do that. So there's not an easy answer to that other than it takes time, it takes trust. People need to understand that that's what we're doing. And we do not, there's a couple of things that we put in place with our organization is we will work with any partner. Any partner can work with us. And one of the things I tell them at the beginning is we don't play favorites. But and we don't do exclusivity. We won't say one product is necessarily better than another. We will explain the differences when we can, but we let them all know that good news travels fast and bad news travels way faster. So as long as they're doing well with tribes, we'll share that fact. If it comes to a point where they're not, we will share that fact honestly as well. Okay, so there's some other questions here. So now it says, can you talk to us about how you handled critics? Oh, yeah. Well, there's always critics. There's always people who think that we should do this or we should do that. But in the end, our advisory boards, when push comes to shove on making the right decisions, they've always made the right decisions. So, we bring that stuff to our boards, we work with them, we explain what's happening, we explain where we want to go and how we want to get there, and we do it in an open and honest way where they understand where we're going and how we get there and how we should proceed forward and what direction. Should we attempt to do these things or should we not attempt to do those things? And I think with that guidance and that input, it's been a big piece of it. So I think the advisory boards are critical. It's really a big piece of trying to make sure you stay around. Probably both those first two questions that I answered. There's a third question here, which is about funding source and how do you keep it sustainability. So sustainability is it's a huge question. So I'm glad you asked that. Sustainability was the problem from day one. So the reason I called out year 2005 that we actually had our first employee, the reason we didn't is because there was no funding for this. We couldn't generate funding to get this. There was no government agency funding us. There was nothing else doing this. So we created a membership model. And the reason we have a membership model now is we do charge a small membership fee for every tribe to be a member. We charge a small membership for every business that wants to be an associate member, and those go to support the efforts of what we do for everybody. They also get access to what we're putting together. So really they're funding that portal that they gain access to. They're funding all of the things that we are able to do. Now we do extend services to everybody, whether they're a member or not, but there are certain things you might have saw on the one slide, like that member portal that are member only. And the reason we do that is we did not want to be beholden to anyone. It's really hard when I say we don't do exclusivity or preference to do that unless you have an equal playing field. So we set that up. And so we created that in a manner that lets us really be autonomous. So one of the other things I can touch on here, I think I might have just one last minute here. I'm going to cover it quickly. One of the things you want to be careful of is there's always seems to be an opportunity, or people will tell us that there's why isn't one tribe or why isn't a tribe buying a solution and then selling it to all of the other solutions. You may find this to be the case. I don't know if you've addressed this yet with First Nations. One of the things you have to be very careful of, and we have to be very careful of, is that tribes, just like commercial enterprises, Ford will not buy a service from General Motors. General Motors will not buy a service from Toyota. And tribes and First Nations are no different. So you have to be careful and not even really have one organization that has an overarching control over what you're doing, because that kills some of that trust as well. Anyways, I think my time's up here, but I really appreciate it, everybody. I guess I'm going to sign off here now, but any questions, they have my Pam, the team, everybody there. I think you have my contact information. I'm happy to follow up however you might like. But thanks for the time today, everyone.
Thank you very much to Mike Day for that presentation about Tribal Hub. Up next, and without further ado, we have Amazon reaching underserved communities with serverless architectures. So do we have anyone in this room that works in IT not running servers? It's going to be a really fascinating talk. We have Elden Jahnke, who is a solutions architect at Amazon Web Services. And I'm curious, who's running AWS? He enjoys working with healthcare customers to solve complex integration and interoperability issues. And then after your presentation, we will be having lunch. And later, we have Powerland this afternoon. So thank you very much for coming from AWS. Welcome.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you very much. I realize I'm the guy who's standing between you and food, so be gentle. But yeah, and actually there might be some technology updates here. We're going to try a clicker here. Let's see. There you go. So excellent. And it also has a laser too, so it's excellent. So a bit of an agenda. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. We'll talk about cloud and AWS and Amazon Web Services. Then we'll take a deeper dive into what is called serverless technologies and how can we leverage those for reaching underserved communities in, globally essentially, not just in Canada. Look at that. So like Cherry said, thank you very much. My name is Elden Jahnke. I'm a solution architect. I work for Amazon Web Services. I'm based out of Vancouver. I started my career in healthcare about maybe 15 years ago. I worked for a company called Agfa Healthcare in the diagnostic imaging and raising packs implementations in Manitoba and Alberta. And then I evolved to work for the government of Ontario in their identity management offices for provider registries and patient registries as provincial assets and the maintenance of those and the access to those. And as of late, I've joined Amazon Web Services as a solution architect. Something I was going to mention, I'm okay with questions throughout. So if anybody has like a thought that they want to share or something that they want to bring up, go ahead and raise your hand. We don't have to wait until the end. But we can certainly, if you wanted to, that way. So I wanted to talk a little bit about cloud. Still, a lot of people don't know specifically what do we mean when we say cloud, and I think it's important to cover some important concepts right from the beginning. And also give you a little bit of backstory about how things started. Back in 1996, actually, Amazon.com got started selling books. And hopefully you don't think I'm here to sell you Amazon Prime, because Amazon Web Services doesn't really have much to do with Amazon per se as retail. But like I said, in '96, things got started with books, and things obviously evolved very quickly. The company started getting very, very large. And about 10 years after that, so around 2006, the Amazon team realized that they've created a core set of competencies that are required to run a retailer of that size and that reach. And they realized quickly that we have something here that other enterprises can benefit from, and other companies can actually leverage to run their own operations and sort of learn from our mistakes and sort of take over where we left off. And in 2006, that's actually how Amazon Web Services, or AWS, got started. We started by selling excess capacity in our data centers to our customers. And our first service that we launched was called SQS, or Simple Queue Service. And it's a very basic service. Essentially, it's just a queue. It's active today and very widely used, but essentially, like, you have A to B, and you need to get data from A to B, but you don't want to overload B. Okay, well, you put a queue in the middle, you loosely couple your workloads, and you make things asynchronous. So a very versatile service like that was what we launched. And things started, again, evolving very quickly. Right after that, we launched some of our storage services, some of our compute services, and, well, essentially, since 2006, we've been coining that term cloud, or leading the pack in terms of cloud. And if you're wondering why isn't it called like Amazon Cloud or something like that, it's because back in 2006 the term didn't exist. Like, people didn't talk about cloud in 06. So for us, since there was nothing to compare us with, that's how we started our journey, essentially. And it's an important definition to get right from the beginning. So when we talk about cloud, we like to define it as the on-demand delivery of IT resources over a network with pay-as-you-go pricing. So there's a few important definitions within that sentence that are important to clarify. So first is the on-demand delivery. So we don't sell subscriptions, we don't sell licenses. All of our services are available pay-as-you-go and on-demand, meaning that you can even bill certain things by the second of use, right? The on-demand delivery of IT resources. So that could be networking services, that could be compute, that could be storage, that could be security service, to be honest. As long as it's being delivered on demand and over a network, we consider that a service in our catalog, and we consider it a cloud service. Pay-as-you-go pricing is a big one, and we're going to talk about pricing. But like I said, we're not about licensing, we're all about consumption-based billing, and only pay while you're using something. So you can think about it this way, like a utility company. Let's say electricity. You need electricity in a room of your house, you flip on the switch, you start consuming power. By the time you're done, you flip it off and charges stop. And that's exactly how we like to think about our own services. Now, if you think about it, to interact with technology that way carries some benefits right out of the gate. And cost, I'm going to use my laser here. There you go. Cost is usually the conversation starter, right? That's how we usually get to the table and get to talk to people about cloud. And some of the earlier presentations actually resonate very well when I hear things like some of the challenges that we have are software and hardware procurement, essentially racking of service, procurement cycles, depreciation of hardware. All of that stuff is very real, and it's something that cloud fits very well with. By letting us run the infrastructure, essentially, we'll take ownership of that. You worry about what makes your business unique and your applications. Leave the infrastructure and the heavy lifting to the cloud, essentially. It's like how we like to think it. So then companies, for example, that are customers of ours, like the Wall Street Journal, for example, they've migrated about 15 of their data centers worldwide and are saving every single year over $100 million in hosting and in infrastructure by moving their workloads over to the cloud. The next thing that we typically see our customers benefit from is elasticity and agility. So when the resources that we have in our services are available at a click and through an API call, our customers actually are able to suddenly experiment very quickly and very often without the need of worrying about, oh man, we need to buy servers, we need to talk to procurement, we need to get budget, right? Typically, even at my previous employers, when I worked for the government of Ontario, we want to try a project, we want to do a proof of concept. Well, we got to get hardware, we got to go through purchase cycles, couple of months, get the server racked, get it mounted, get it powered networking, and now we're ready 6 months later to actually start the POC. We like to do things differently and offer things on demand very quickly. So I don't know if you have young ones at home, you might have heard about a game called Fortnite, which is very popular, that actually runs on AWS. And they come to us sometimes and say, listen, we're launching a tournament, and we're going to go from 8 million users worldwide to 100 million users worldwide. And we want them all concurrent, playing in the same level, playing at the same time. And I'm not saying it's like as magic, that suddenly you have capacity for 100 million users, but it's something that we can definitely accommodate, and we work with our customers to plan those big scale events. So when Epic Games calls and say that they have a new tournament, it's all hands on deck, and we make it possible. Open and flexible. We love open source, and in fact, some of our services are open source implementations that we've done a fork of and actually taken ownership of the code and embedded our own cloud technology into the open source project themselves. We're not about licenses. We're not about locking you into subscription fees or anything like that. A few things that sets us apart, just to keep the tune here, like security is always at the top of our minds and is our top priority, especially in healthcare. So when Cherish was talking about HIPAA, for example, we go and undergo continuously very rigorous certification and attestations to meet or exceed certain compliance and regulations out there. Healthcare is tricky though, because HIPAA, PIPEDA, and PHIPAA, they don't necessarily have like a rubber stamp that we can say, you're HIPAA certified. Unlike other attestations that we have, like FedRAMP and NITS and PCI, which do have attestations that say we meet or exceed the regulation, healthcare is a little different. So what we do is actually we map the healthcare regulations to more rigorous regulations, and we meet or exceed those. And by doing so, and actually if you go to our website, you'll see that a bunch of our services have this tagline that it says that they're HIPAA eligible. So essentially what it means is that our infrastructure meets or exceeds the requirements for encryption at rest and in transit, for least privilege, access to the data. We meet or exceed all the aspects of the regulation, but it's a shared responsibility model. There's still responsibility on the customer to actually prevent data from being made public by a misconfiguration or prevent, giving the wrong people access to certain workloads that they host on our cloud. So there's always a dual responsibility or a shared responsibility. But one of my main roles as an SA is to make sure that the customer is well trained, well informed of what those are. And we do have automated services that prevent leaks and to prevent this kind of ambiguous security situations. We like to automate security all the way from the bottom all the way up to all the stacks. Our service catalog and our over 1 million active customers, we have a saying at AWS that there's no compression algorithm for experience. And what that really means for us is that a hyperscaler our size, we've gone through unique situations and hard lessons with our customers since 2006 that really have taught us some hard lessons and have given us a unique opportunity to improve our services and to come up with new services for our customers. Just to give an idea on scale, one of our biggest customers is Netflix, and they run on AWS. And when they're at peak, they account for about 10% of the world's internet traffic. And that all happens within our network and within our switches and our routers. So our capacity has allowed us to really look beyond in terms of what we're going to face out there and what are the situations that we need to prepare for to be better prepared for our customers. And we have a very large partner ecosystem worldwide. And oh, perfect. Yes, question. Sorry for the impromptu mic, but.
Oh, okay. Actually, mic back. Sorry, I'm not used to the mic. It's just regarding the global footprint. There's a regional law in Quebec and a federal law in Canada that no nominative data can be hosted outside of this country. It is possible to have servers that are exclusively in Canada and be assured that there is no replication in other countries.
That's a very good question. Sorry, what is your name?
Vincent.
Vincent, do you mind if I answer that question in a couple of slides? That's coming up. Thank you for your question, though. That's a great question. I'll talk a little bit about our pricing philosophy, which I would like to think is pretty unique. Believe it or not, one of my main roles is to save our customers money by reducing their bill. And in fact, there's been a couple of times where I'm working with our account manager, and we're looking at our customer insights in our portals, and we get an alert that says, this customer's, billing has actually fluctuated quite a bit. Like, take a look. And we take a look, and it's like 30% down from the previous month, and we're like, well, we lost them, right? They're migrating out of AWS. Let's just give them a call, see what happened, and see if we can save them. And then we reach out, and they actually say, no, it's perfect. Everything's going well. We've actually implemented all the things that you told us to implement to save money, and it's working. And we're looking for migrating more things into the cloud. So It's a bit scary at the beginning, but also very satisfactory at the end when you realize that you're able to save customers money. That's the whole point. And it might not be intuitive, but we've actually reduced prices over 100 times since we launched. So we're always looking for efficiency in our own services to make things more economical to our customers. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we sometimes even support billing by the second. So on-demand utilization of our services is very well embedded into our DNA and very thin margins. But sometimes for some customers that doesn't make sense. So we're flexible in the sense that if you know that you're going to be in our cloud for 1 or 3 years at least, for example, we're able to give you what are called reserved instances or savings plans, where you essentially reserve capacity and say, I'm going to be running these many instances or this many virtual machines in your cloud for the next 3 years. We'll give you a very aggressive discount. And in that scenario, it's about up to 40 to 50% discount as compared to on-demand pricing. But there's even more extreme situations where, let's say that you have interruptible workloads or non-critical workloads that essentially you just need to process data in bulk. And then we have something that is called spot instances, where it's essentially we're loaning you excess capacity that we have at a very cheap price, but there's a caveat to that is when we need it back, we're going to give you 2-minute warning and then it's ours again, right? So these workloads need to be interruptible. However, you get up to 90% discount as compared to on-demand. So what we're trying to do, honestly, is like have enough offerings so that the customers can select what's better for them, rather than asking our customers to adapt their way to work to ours. Right? So those two things are very different. We have 16 leadership principles at Amazon Web Services at AWS. If you ever interviewed to work at AWS, you're probably familiar with them. Customer obsession is our #1 leadership principle. And essentially, a good test or a good manifestation of that is that 90% of the features and services that we release are actually based on direct customer feedback, meaning that we have a very fine-tuned ear to what our customers are telling us that is working and not working, and we take that very seriously. We have many different feedback loops or feedback mechanisms to close the loop with our customers. We're long-term oriented. You're never going to see me or an account manager knocking at your door a week before the quarter ends trying to upsell you licenses or anything like that. We're all about the long-term relationship and actually how to work backwards from the customer's requirements. That's what we really are about. We want to hear what the problem is, set it as a goal, and essentially work backwards from it. And we have formal methodologies and governance around those words like working backwards. Well, there's a working backwards workshop that we have where we meet with our customers, document everything, and then start the project right after that. So Vincent, to your question about regions, I think that at this point it'll be pretty relevant. We have 27 regions all over the world, with 7 more in the pipes, and there's a special one there that is a different color right there. If my geography serves me well, that should be in Calgary. Somewhere around there. Hopefully nobody's here from Calgary and I'm offending somebody, but essentially that signifies there's going to be a new region in Canada to complement the one that is already in Quebec, in the Montreal metropolitan area, I should say. And that's going to be based in the Calgary metropolitan area. And we're going to be one of the only few countries in the world that actually have more than one Amazon Web Services region. Now, it's important to define what a region is because that does differ between cloud service providers out there. The definitions between Google, Microsoft, and ourselves are not the same. So for us, a region is just essentially a physical location in the world where we offer services. That's it. It's typically encompassed within a country for the reasons that Vincent outlined with this question about data residency and data sovereignty. So we have 27 of those and 7 more in the pipes. Now, within each of those regions, there's typically 3, but 3 or more availability zones. So it's a bit of a hierarchy. Each of those availability zones has at least more or 1 clusters of data centers behind them. So when you hear the term one region, you could be talking about 9 distinct data centers in a region in the country, let's say around the Montreal metropolitan area in this case, that are all independent from each other. They have redundant power, redundant networking, redundant resources. And they're all interconnected by private dark fiber that we operate that is encrypted point to point. So the point is to obviously, point to point, the point is to have these availability zones far enough that the chances of a natural disaster taking two of those down are very minimal, but close enough so that latency doesn't start to play a factor when connecting our workloads. Yeah, like I said, our traffic is encrypted out of the gates, and I should say, like, there's cases where some availability zones have 30 data centers behind them. So the term one region is just a tip of the iceberg, and it's a true hierarchy and a true pyramid. Not to be confused with the pyramid scheme, but it's a pyramid shape between regions, availability zones, and data centers. Like I mentioned, we own and operate all of our dark fiber, and we have exclusive access to connecting these data centers. So Vincent, to your question, yes, definitely data residency in Canada is something that is very real, and I work very closely with most, if not all, of the health authorities essentially west of Winnipeg, and they all have very similar requirements in terms of data residency, by which both data in transit and at rest resides in Canadian servers that are located, for right now, in the Montreal metropolitan area, but as of early 2024, there'll be a Calgary region as well to complement that. So we are no strangers to data residency. Now, in addition to those regions and availability zones, we have over 400 what are called POPs, or points of presence, all over the world. These POPs, or points of presence, are there to complement our content delivery network service called CloudFront. Now, these edge locations, or points of presence, I guess, are ways that we can cache content closer to our users where we don't have regions and availability zones yet. So you can think about it like websites, for example, that are very heavy in images, in videos, and static content. And actually, even we can get compute close to our users in some cases, but for the most part, heavy assets that are part of websites and part of web services, we cache those in these 400 locations all over the world, closer to our users. So no matter in the world, like if you're hosting a website in Canada that is being accessed from Australia, that Australian user is not going to your Canadian server for that content. We're going to cache that closer near the Australian region or the Australian point of presence. I guess there's 3 there. And the idea is that our CloudFront service will know where you're coming from and direct you to a much closer caching location, just to give you a better user experience and a better performance metric. And to complement those, we have what are called direct connect co-locations. So these are over 100 co-locations all over the world. There's 4 in Canada. There's 1 in Vancouver, 2 in Toronto, 1 in Montreal. And these are essentially hookup points that our customers have to connect their own data centers to our AWS backbone network privately. And that's the keyword there, privately. Some of our customers have very aggressive security requirements. They don't want to be traversing the internet, and they want to be able to communicate with our services and exchange data in a very predictable way. So having a private network connectivity with predictable latency and bandwidth is very important to some of our customers. And we offer these co-locations. So what we do is we actually partner with companies like TELUS and Equinix and many others all over the world to help our customers establish what is called the last mile connectivity, which is essentially it's a cable that connects their data center over to our backbone network infrastructure in our co-locations, giving them that private channel to talk to our services instead of traversing the internet. So those 3 things, the regions and availability zones, the points of presence for CloudFront, and the direct connect co-locations are basically the foundation of our global infrastructure. Something important also to understand about Amazon Web Services is how we do virtualization, essentially, which is a big part of cloud. It's not rocket science. At the end, it's all hardware. And what we're trying to do is abstract our customers from the hardware. At the end of the day, that's essentially what we're trying to do. And at the beginning when we launched, we had a SEN. I don't know if you've used SEN before. It's an open source hypervisor back in the day, but our hypervisor used to be SEN-based, very heavy on the software side. And if you've ever used VMware, I guess, like if you've gone to your laptop and created a virtual machine, that's essentially a hypervisor, a very tiny version of it. But essentially, it's abstracting you as a customer from the underlying hardware. So we used to use something based on SAN, but we very quickly realized that based on the load that we were getting and the security that we thought we were going to require and the projections that we had, we realized that was not going to cut it long term in like very big volumes and very big scales. So back in 2016, we went back to the drawing board and we came up with what is called today the Nitro system, which is essentially virtualization. It's an abstraction from the hardware, but it's actually based on hardware. We've created our own chips and our own silicon to do virtualization based on hardware rather than software. So our hypervisor software layer is very thin. It's very thin to reduce that attack surface, because most ransomware and most attacks happen on the software layer, not on the hardware layer. So we want to make that software hypervisor very, very thin and do as much hardware-based virtualization as we can, to the point where it's indistinguishable at this point running a workload in one of our instances versus running it on the direct bare metal server. The performance is indistinguishable as a tenant that has shared access to hardware than a tenant that has exclusive access to hardware. That delay or that added latency of the hypervisor is no longer there anymore. Not to mention that also having hardware-based tenant separation is much, much more secure, and it's very difficult to break. Perfect. So hopefully we have a bit of a better understanding about Amazon Web Services and how do we do cloud. Hopefully you're no longer think that I'm here to sell Prime. And we can talk a little bit more about, I guess, what I would say is the second half or the second third of my presentation today, which is about serverless technologies. So you can think about serverless technologies as ways to execute your application code and your business logic without the need of provisioning any infrastructure at all. Like what we described previously is, okay, perfect. You can go to Amazon Web Services, you can create a virtual machine, you launch it, it's Windows or Linux, you put your application on top of it, you have a server in the cloud. Perfect. That's great. That's already miles ahead of on-premises. However, there's an eventual line in the horizon that we're trying to get to, which is serverless, which is bring your application over, don't even worry about provisioning anything on the cloud, give us your code, we'll run it and execute it for you when we need to, without the need of you managing any kind of servers. So that's the goal of serverless. Because today, developers still spend a lot of time coding for things that are not business logic. And why are we doing that, right? Well, why does a developer have to worry about high availability of a web server that they're trying to come up with? Or why should a developer have to worry about how to actually enforce encryption? Like, these are things that we should be able to offer as a service for your application just to leverage when they need to. And that's our goal. Our goal is that in the future, all the code that you actually end up writing is business logic, because nobody knows the business logic better than you do. It's your business. You're our customers. Nobody else can tell us how to run your business. That's why your application code, only you can write it. The rest, delegate it to us, and we'll offer services for you that can do that. Now, if you think about it, okay, well, what does that ecosystem look like? Well, we're going to have to have a bunch of different services that I can invoke on demand. I need a logging solution that is durable and secure. Okay, do I have something like that? I need an API gateway where I can give my customers a URL that I know is not going to go down, and in the back end, my application code is running. We have a service for that. And we like to think about them as Lego pieces, right? And because that's the way we like to do things. We like builders. We're all builders at AWS. And that's how we like our customers to actually leverage our cloud. And there's a couple, I know that some of these icons, if you haven't seen them before, that's fair. Well, I'll peel the onion on what some of these actually mean, but we can start with this one in orange over here. That service is called AWS Lambda. And AWS Lambda is our flagship serverless compute engine. And what it actually allows our customers to do is to bring their application code in a variety of different supported languages. You can actually even bring your own nowadays. That wasn't always the case. And essentially, let's say you have a function that based on an event, needs to send out some patient notifications out there of your appointment reminder or a new offering that you're having or whatever that may be. So we understand that there's usually an event that triggers things, and we want to keep things as much event-based and decoupled as possible. So we can subscribe your Lambda functions to a variety of different events, whether it's somebody went to an URL, somebody sent an email, a flag expired somewhere. Like, we can subscribe your application to many different event types, execute your business logic, and then have outputs either persisted to other storage services or send out notifications or do whatever needs to happen in there. Now, we do give it a couple of very basic parameters to Lambda. Obviously, your code has to be imported in. That's sole doable through API or through the AWS console. And essentially, we give it some parameters. Okay, give it this much memory, give it this many seconds to run before you time it out, because you don't want things running forever, right? Do you need storage? Yes, okay. I'll give you a few gigs of storage for you to do some logic, and then that goes away. So we try to give it as much as the environment as it needs to execute very quickly, and once it's done, it's destroyed, next invocation. So you didn't really have to provision any infrastructure behind that. Your application code is just executing whenever it needs to run only. So it's very, very efficient. What we're trying to reach here is optimal operational efficiency with these technologies. Oh, I think I jinxed it. There we go. But Lambda is just an example, and compute is just an example of some of the serverless offerings that we have. There's other offerings, for example, when it comes to data stores. Let's say that you need a relational database, like, I don't know, MySQL or PostgreSQL, that you don't want to worry about the servers behind it or the version or upgrading or patching or anything like that. Perfect. Let's talk about Aurora Serverless, which is a MySQL and Postgre compatible serverless database. We give you a URL, a port, a username, and a password. That's your database. You don't have to worry about patching, security upgrades. I'm running out of storage. I need more memory. We take care of that for you. Again, only your application code. In this case, though, your application code is database objects and data, right, that we're going to host for you. But you own the schema and the data. We take care of the rest. At the bottom, the integration services are kind of like my favorite, sorry. These is essentially the glue that allows us to put all those Lego bricks together, right? And these are services that act as enterprise service buses sometimes, or as API gateways. Essentially, these are services that allow us to integrate your application code with the rest of the AWS service ecosystem. And it's catching on. Like, we see a very high uptake of serverless technologies. We have trillions of executions every month. Just to give you an idea, all of our pricing is public and publicly available on our website. But so for you to have an idea, about a million Lambda invocations cost about 25 cents. So that's the kind of scale that we're talking about at a very, very, very cheap price. Well, the fact that we bill it at chunks of million executions is a good indicator of how economical it is to run things serverlessly. And this is a bit of an example. I'm going to take a gamble with a bit of a demo here, but I just wanted to show you what is possible without the need of provisioning any kind of infrastructure. So what we have here, I'll try to do my best here to describe. We have our users that in this case is like a medical doctor or a physician that is essentially dictating admission notes or reports, for example. And they're going to log into a bit of a portal, right? But it's kind of rudimentary. It's a demo. It's not a real healthcare solution, but it provides a foundation for one. But they're going to run into a portal that is running on Amazon CloudFront. That's our content delivery network that we talked about. There's some username and password capabilities in there, but we're not going to see any of that. They're already logged in. And then they're going to call, as they're dictating, what's going to be happening is that a couple of our services for live translation of speech to text and interpretation and natural language processing of the text is going to be kicking in real time, and we'll be able to see what is actually being detected. Hopefully I don't end up with my foot in my mouth about the video, but maybe we can cue that up, and then I'll tell you a little bit of what's happening. We're putting our tech guys to the test today. Sorry about that.
The patient is a 78-year-old gentleman.
We jinxed it. Yeah.
With no past medical history other than diabetes. At this time, he has been admitted to the hospital for anemia. His hemoglobin values are at 7.1 and he is requiring a transfusion. He has had a blood transfusion approximately 2 months ago and another one several weeks before that. He has been placed on B12, oral iron, and Epigen. At this time, we are asked to evaluate him for further causes and treatment for his anemia. He denies any constitutional complaints except for mild fatigue and slight bone pain. There are no signs or symptoms of blood loss, and his creatinine level is at 1.5. My impression at this time is that he probably has an underlying myelodysplastic syndrome or a bone marrow failure.
Perfect. So, and leave this here for just 10 more seconds. Everything that you saw here on the screen happened without provisioning a single server on Amazon Web Services. So let's say that I run a clinic somewhere, and I have a lot of voice notes that my providers have been dictated for the last 10 years as a backlog, and I also have providers that are continue to dictate on a day-to-day basis. I can have this kind of transcription and natural language implementation services applied to backlog of files and real transcriptions without the need of procuring a single server in AWS. So everything that is happening here is happening in real time, and everything is built based on utilization. So we'll be able to give you, based on your historical data, very clear understanding on what the pricing essentially per transcription is going to be. We can get to that level of detail so that you know how to forecast things forward. And if you've noticed here, there's some percentages attached to all of this. This is part of one of our services called Comprehend Medical, which actually detects and extracts medical entities and ICD-10 as SNOMED CT terminology and ontologies on text. And it'll actually give you an estimation of, you know what, I'm 94% that what they meant was anemia, and here's the ICD-10 code so that you can do whatever process you need to do behind the scenes with that. And again, it's all built and it's all charged based on utilization, no servers to maintain, nothing to patch. Thank you for the video. Yes, please. Pardon me? Absolutely. The video recording is available, but what is also available is the solution. So for example, like if you sign up for an AWS account, and this is part of a blog post series that was published a couple of years ago, this solution, you're able to download it and deploy it into your AWS account and essentially do what you saw on your screen today. Obviously with some duct tape with the doctors and all that. There's some training, obviously, but the solution itself is available as infrastructure as code so that you can deploy it very, very quickly. And that's something that I'll be happy to tell you more about. All right, perfect. So that's the kind of things that serverless technologies can let you do without procuring any kind of infrastructure. And I guess we can talk, how are we doing on time? Time still good?
15 minutes.
Perfect, we're right on time. So, how do we use cloud and all these serverless technologies that we've talked about today to reach underserved communities? And I guess I'll echo a few things that have been said already. Like, we live in a very beautiful country in Canada, but Canada imposes like a couple of challenges from the performance perspective, especially because of the size of our country, right? And like latency is just something that is physics. Like traversing the whole country or covering long distances is going to add some difficulties when it comes to networking. That's just the way it is. But also there's other factors that even when there is some networking, still internet access at a wide scale outside of urban centers is still a challenge in Canada. And I'm not talking like northern provinces here. Like when I want to have a video chat with my father-in-law in Ontario, all I see is a bunch of pixels sometimes and he lives near Bancroft, which is 3 hours out of Toronto, and still that close to a major city, major hub in our most populated province in Canada, still internet is a bit of a challenge. So there's a couple of things that we have to try to overcome. So one of our customers, they're called Welltail, and they're based here out of Vancouver. And I guess their mission is pretty specific. They want to improve the quality of care in clinical settings for everybody. That's essentially what they're about. And one of the things that they do is to leverage I guess the most popular, one of the most popular communication resources out there, which is essentially SMS texting. SMS texting is something that really helps us sometimes jump over the physical network and limitations that we have for reaching some of our communities and some of our customers. And they essentially use two-way SMS communication between provider and patient. And it's actually rich text that allows for photos and videos to be transmitted between patient and provider to provide that kind of at least basic medical attention sometimes between patient and provider that without a service like this, it just simply wouldn't be available. They run on AWS. And actually, we've worked, well, I'll say that for later, kind of like the project that we're collaborating with them on. But they came to us. They run on AWS. They have a stack that is absolutely fine, a workload that is absolutely fine. But again, like remember when I was saying, the difference between running something on a virtual machine or an instance versus running something serverlessly? That's a mouthful. Things are still very efficient when you're running virtual machines, but they're running all the time. And if you launch a database on AWS, in some cases, it's running all the time, whether you need it or not. So sometimes for reaching remote, low-density populations, we really have to get really efficient, right? And operational efficiency needs to be at its highest for us to be able to say, yes, this is feasible to do. And serverless allows us to do that exactly by, again, executions only when you need it, and then you're not incurring any charges. So what we did actually, they needed to minimize what is called like the cost per patient per year, right? In order to make it feasible to work in some of the projects that we're working with them on, like for example, reaching Maori communities in New Zealand, or right now they're actually out there, they're in Rwanda and Uganda right now with the Ebola epidemic that is going on right now. We've had calls with them last week about the fact that their database tier is suffering from very aggressive volumes that they're not able to keep up with. So we're working with them to transition their stack, even though it's a very efficient stack, over to something that is serverless, truly consumption-based, in order to make it feasible and more realistic to reach some of these communities. So obviously, one of the main feedbacks that we had for them and some of the work that we've started with them already is breaking down the monolith and really adopting serverless. At Amazon Web Services, we also have funding available for these type of projects through initiatives like the Health Equity Initiative, where our customers can come to us with their projects that they're trying to implement and get funding from Amazon Web Services for their own initiatives. So we try to meet them halfway as much as we can, and also by providing what are called utility credits. So if they want to try something new, but they can't really afford it right now, the extra utility, we can sometimes give them credits that say, here's credits that should give you a run time for about 3 months. Try it out. Hopefully everything works. Let us know how it went. So I guess with that, I'll say thanks, and hopefully this was useful. And yeah, thank you for your time today. If there's any last minute questions, please go ahead.
It's me again, Tim Whiteduck from Quebec. I'm an IT director of a Layer 3 or a L3 organization, and we work with Carl Simard here with the health group. There is a data governance recommendation across all First Nations in Canada for data sovereignty, which is called OCAP, Ownership, Control, Access, Possession. It's our responsibility to keep the data in a community. How can AWS extend your service to secure that type of service that we need, and we're mandated to protect that data and to keep it in First Nation without being cached everywhere or whatever? So that's just a question for you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, I'll start with this. By leveraging, for example, our content delivery network service, yes, it's globally available, but you do have various different nozzles and switches that you can actually play with to be able to control where that data is being cached. Don't necessarily think of cloud as I put it out there and suddenly the world can see it, because absolutely not. But that's a very good question. So for some of our customers that have that kind of like on-premises type of requirements, we do have something that is called AWS Outposts. And Outposts actually allows us to ship you our hardware that is running I guess, the same control plane and services that are in the AWS cloud today, but a subset of those, obviously. But it allows us to ship you hardware that you can operate on your data center to get the same benefits of cloud within your controlled environment. So essentially, it's ways that we can extend the cloud to your premises. And let's say that down the road, let's say that things change, or let's say that you have workloads that it's okay for them to be outside of your purview, then you've already configured and deploy your applications on premises in a way that is very easy for you to migrate that to the public cloud if you choose to do so. So Outpost is a conversation that we can have, and it's a service not only for First Nations that is very useful, but sometimes, you know what, like gambling is similar. It's a similar industry in the sense that in the US, like states, gambling data needs to stay in the state, right? So for the state of New Jersey, for example, we deployed Outpost because they couldn't allow their gambling data to reside in Virginia or Ohio, where our big East Coast data centers are. So Outpost is also a very good option for those kind of use cases.
So if we don't go with the Outpost and we want to see the data center where our stuff's hosted, do you guys allow like appointments to do that? Like I know with Azure, I can go and make a request to see the servers that our stuff is hosted on, just to say I can physically go to our servers. And that is how we can like maintain OCAP, because if we can go physically to our servers, we still can control it, still have access to it. You just also have access to it.
That's a good question, and it's actually a very popular request. Historically, it was not allowed. However, things are a little bit different right now. And on a case-by-case basis, obviously, we'll have to make a case for it. Certain situations are allowed to bring in an external third-party auditor to our data centers to perform an audit. So if I think that's a good side conversation for us to have, and I can get your contact, and we can talk that. But yeah, it is now possible. Of course. Awesome. Thank you.
Let's get technical. It's a pretty tough act to follow. I use a little bit of AWS, but my S3 storage went over by like $600. So you really have to be proactively monitoring things all the time just to watch. Like I know it's pay as you go, but you have to be really careful about your storage when you're working with AWS. So as mentioned, I'll try to summarize a little bit. In 2006, AWS started, and they started selling SQS, Simple Queue Service, then storage, then compute, where they were selling excess space in their data centers. We learned about their dark fiber, about how they own it, and the services are on demand, and delivery is pay-as-you-go, consumption-based billing. Focus on your application and leave the infrastructure by moving cloud-based. I appreciated how you talked about how you learned hard lessons. I think everybody in IT has learned hard lessons. And part of his job is to help save customers money. We learned about reserved instances versus on-demand versus spot. And I wanted to thank Tim at the back of the room for talking about OCAP, because I was thinking about the First Nations Information Governance Center, and it was brought up again a second time just about the importance of data sovereignty for us as Indigenous people. So they have 16 leading principles at AWS. And we talked about regional connectivity zones and content delivery service. We had some really good questions from the crowd, like about where data centers are actually hosted, because I know that's a concern. It was a concern with Microsoft as well, just like where the data centers actually hosted. So thank you for letting us know that through Azure you can actually go and look at your data center, because I didn't really know that. So we talked about AW Outpost. Like, I would like to look into that more. because I feel like my own business partner is trying to push me to go serverless. It's really hard for me to let go of my physical infrastructure. It's hard for me to imagine a world where I don't have servers to patch and manage anymore. So really great presentation. I'm really looking forward to your slides, and I hope that people take the opportunity to connect with you about your background in health and your work now at AWS. So we're now at 11:53, and we're about to take a break for lunch. I'm just wondering if anyone had any comments or questions about this morning or anything that they'd like to share. I know one participant asked if we could take some time, just to introduce ourselves, to talk about who we are, where we work. So I would like the mic to be open for anyone over lunchtime. If they have something that they'd like to share or like to discuss, please feel free to come up to the mic, just to have an open IT alliance, to ask some of our colleagues and talk more about IT in health, and particularly Indigenous health, and some of the connectivity issues that we have. You're mentioning SMS, and I don't have cellular in my community. So, there are definitely still some connectivity challenges, but I'm hoping that over the next little while, through the CRTC, that we see more communities getting onto at least a 5010 standard. So, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I hope that you had a really wonderful lunch. Thank you very much for lunch. It was nice to be able to network, and I would encourage everyone tomorrow to try and switch up the table that they're sitting at so they have exposure to more people. We have a lot of really excellent IT professionals in the room today from across Canada. Up next, we have a presentation for half an hour from Powerland, Building Community Confidence Through Connectivity, with Mike Himbeault. Mr. Himbeault is Powerland Field's CTO and has a background in nonprofit research and development, machine learning and AI, startups, and Canadian municipal innovation and architecture. Mike is working with Powerland's customers and partners to change the conversation in technology to be business outcome orientated and to educate and foster adoption of modern approaches to solving problems. Thank you.
Thank you. This is gonna, I'm used to walking around, so if I do this, excuse me for a moment. So the goal here today is to talk a bit about confidence through reliability and connectivity. And I would have loved to have the guy from OneWeb who's talking 2 days from now here, because that's going to be a part of it. On. Outstanding. Awesome. So real brief introduction. It helps when you turn things on. My name is Mike Himbeault. I'm Powerland's Field CTO, so which means I get to talk to our customers about all of the interesting challenges they have and not the boring challenges that they think they have, right? So it's changing that conversation. I'm a mathematician by training. I started off doing physics, realized I hate labs and loved math, and I might be the only one in the room that does. That's okay. I'm used to it. It's fine. And I've done software development, enterprise architecture, infrastructure solution development, all that sort of stuff throughout my career. It's been really interesting, lots of fun. Powerland is now a Xerox Business Solutions company. So we're part of the Xerox Intergalactic Mothership, which means that we're not just a Canadian VAR that covers Canada pretty much coast to coast. We're part of a much larger ecosystem of solution development and teams across North America and the world. So which really opens up the solutions that we can provide and the tools we have available to us. We work across sectors: academic, industry, education, nonprofit, for-profit, government, arm's length, crown corporations, all of them we do a lot of work with. In Manitoba, we do a lot of work with northern and rural communities, which is where a lot of the direct experience I'm going to talk about later comes from. And I mean, here we do a lot of work, particularly in the media and entertainment sectors. You know, we're a big part of how that happens here. So we've got our fingers in a lot of things. We work with a lot of communities in solving their challenges. You know, we're part of outfitting schools that are built in rural communities within Manitoba, and we're a big part of the logistics supply chain there, getting techs, not just equipment, but personnel and services up to those remote locations for sometimes weeks at a time to help get things set up. Sorry. So I want to thread the needle a little bit here where we put the most important points first, and that comes from the fact that confidence comes from consistency, right? How many people here use Teams? How many people have had a Teams call with one other person that went, sorry, trying to reconnect your call, and no one's sure whose end was the problem? That was me earlier today. And then you just give up on Teams for the rest of the day and just make phone calls, right? It fails once at 9 in the morning. Okay, I'm done with you. We'll figure it out tomorrow, right? Like it's that lack of consistency. It doesn't take much before it really disrupts your faith in something. And that's an important part of it. Inconsistency and uncertainty are very related concepts that, particularly with connectivity, we need to start focusing on. And it's like we're never going to get an SLA for a lot of remote communities, but understanding how the technologies work, understanding the motivations for how they're deployed is important for understanding how we solve the problems that are facing the communities there. It's just, there's really no other way around it. This consistency is part of planning, right? If you don't know what's coming, you can't make a plan. If you can't make a plan, you do what you can do, right? You do what you can do right now. And so being able to enable planning and enable trust and logistics, which is part of what Powerland provides, right? When we're trying to deploy technology to a remote community, we give them a service provider they can depend on that will show up, do the things with the supply chain, and that's something that Xerox, being a part of the Xerox business ecosystem gives us is we have access to a much larger supply chain, right? So we're not trying to source things from smaller vendors. We have a much larger buying power now. So when we say it's going to show up in 6 months, it's going to show up in 6 months, and you can plan things like school builds around that. So, outstanding. On the math of it real quick, mathematics has a concept of measuring this uncertainty. It's called entropy, right? And the more unpredictable something is, the harder it is to predict the next thing. And at the end of the day, this is what we're trying to minimize, is we're trying to make sure that this is as low as possible, the uncertainty is as low as possible, and we can plan for that next step. Not necessarily 4 steps out, but at least plan for that next step. So let's consider this. Someone's going to give you a free car. It's free, no strings attached, here's a free car. And randomly, you don't know when, it's not going to start. You got to call a tow truck, tow it home, and you're never going to be able to diagnose what's wrong. It'll cost more than the car is worth to try to fix it, right? It's an electrical ghost of some kind, right? A failing alternator, who knows? How likely are you to accept this car if it does this once a year? Or once a month? Right, or once a week, right? There's some sliding scale where at some point it goes, you know what, it's not worth it. It's fine most of the time, but there comes a point where we can no longer accept it, right? And you just say, screw it, it's not even worth it at free. You have to pay me to take this car, right? We all have that one vendor where we go, you have to pay me to buy from them, right? I mean, everyone has one of those. Hey, cheeky. But fair enough, right? Everyone has it. I mean, I'm not personal to it, but like everyone has that one vendor where for whatever reason, your experience says, no, never, not happening. It's not worth my time, right? So there's all sorts of other examples. What's worse, no internet or crappy internet? Right? Exactly. I'd rather have no internet. Then I don't plan my life around maybe having it, right? And that's true of the Wi-Fi dead zone. There's one, for whatever reason, there's a shadow in my house for just the way the access points are and the ducts, I'll walk past it, Teams call will drop. So I just have to stand on the other side of the shadow until there's a lull and then jump across it. And it took me most of the COVID lockdown and work from home to figure out that existed. Teams calls would just drop randomly for me. Right? The Teams whole thing, is it you or is it them? Right? This lack of systems to be able to tell me what the problem is so I can at least have certainty around, oh, it's me. Okay, cool. Now it's something I can fix. Or versus, I don't know, might be you, might not be. Please, just go solve all the problems and maybe you'll solve yours. Taking pictures in low light. Is it going to come out good? Is it not going to come out good? Who knows? Maybe the phone will work. Maybe it'll take a picture at the right time. Maybe it'll wait 3 seconds and I'm just going to get a picture of the back of someone's head. I just don't bother taking pictures in low light anymore. It's these uncertainties that make it like you miss entirely because of that uncertainty versus, okay, well, I know it's gonna wait. I can time it. You know, there's this level of certainty that we're not asking for a lot here. We're just asking for something. So the majority of this talk, I'm going to talk about wireless connectivity. All right, we've talked about things like microwave links. We've talked about DSL, dial-up. We've talked about all the different ways we can connect. Specifically, I'm going to talk about cellular and satellite. Right? Microwave we know pretty well. Line of sight, it's getting pretty good. Try not to have trees in the way. Also try not to have rain. It depends, right? But I want to try to talk about the two new ones, right? Cellular, which is new, and in particular, we don't control. You know, we can choose to deploy a microwave tower or a microwave radio on top of someone's mast. We can choose to haul in DSL or something like that. But we can't choose to deploy a cell tower, and nor are we going to deploy a satellite network. So I'm going to talk about those two. This is terrible contrast, so I apologize. But I'm going to take a look at some data from StatsCan. I'm going to take a look at some data from Starlink directly. I'm going to take a look at some data from MLS, the Mozilla Location Services, which is very similar to, if anyone's worked with it, TELUS's Data for Good, which they will make available to nonprofits, probably actually most of the folks in this room, if you ask nicely, and governments, where they give you access to cell records, cell pings for telesubscribers to let you do things like analytics around mobility, transportation, how many people were staying within their postal code during an enforced COVID lockdown. You can do this with TELUS's data. You can do some of it with Mozilla's location services as well. In particular, I use the Mozilla MLS data set for tower locations within the country. All the processing is done with Mathematica and some Python and more Bash than I will ever admit to. Curl, copy link as curl bash, I used a lot because StatsCan is great, but it's also a real pain in the butt to work with. So, this is Canada. These are the Indigenous communities in Canada, according to the federal government, StatsCan. There's about 1,000 of them, and if we look at them based on their relative population size, this is what they look like. The largest one here is 9,000 people. Right? So these are not large communities, but they represent a pretty large pile of our population in terms of needing, these communities still need services. Right? They still need all the critical services we expect. And I'll come to it later, cellular connectivity was for a long time a critical service. And we'll talk about crown corporations and their effect on that later. Now we're going to look at cell towers. Right? Who can spot the Trans-Canada Highway here? Right? The yellowhead. It's easy to spot your major communication arteries. The federal government basically said, thou shalt cover these. Okay, cool. Everyone's going to go and cover them, right? If there's a dead spot in the Trans-Canada for one carrier, people who travel aren't going to choose that carrier, right? So everyone has generally agreed that we cover these and we share towers such that we all have coverage, right? There's a capitalist incentive to do this. Now I'm going to overlay all of our communities. Right? It becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly what the problem is. And I won't bury the lead too much, but it becomes interesting to take a look at the provinces that had a crown corporation run their initial cellular tower rollout. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, both had crown corporations. They were government entities with the mandate of cover the population in cell coverage. That was exclusive. Don't have good cell coverage, just have cell coverage. Sorry? Exactly, have something. Have it so people can call emergency services if they need it. BC did not have that. And you can kind of tell. It's not exact, and there's the banner is poorly placed. It probably should have been at the top, that's my bad. The East Coast is reasonably okay. But there's still a bunch here that aren't covered. There's lots of stuff here that's not covered and will never be covered by cellular coverage. It's too remote, it's too difficult to get to. Now these communities may have other things. They may have microwave links, they may have DSL, they may have whatever it is that they happen to have, but they will never have 4G, 5G. They'll never have this when the network gets it, right? They won't get that implicit upgrade. So I'm gonna pause here if there's any questions, comments. How many people have seen something like this in terms of a data representation before? A couple, yeah. How many people are surprised by this disconnect? Because I'm not, right? Like the capitalism incentive here is pretty easily visible. So again, like this is unsurprising. I'm not surprised. I don't think any of you are. The crown corporations I mentioned, like Manitoba Telecom, MTS, SaskTel. MTS is now private. They've stopped rolling out in rural areas, except in things like cottage country. Good job. More capitalism, but not covering our population. It's problematic, and there's not much we can do to fix it, right? Because we, as an IT support and IT decision makers, don't control their decisions, which is unfortunate. I will pause here before I move on for a few seconds actually for questions, comments. Does anybody have anything? Okay. Because next we're going to talk about Starlink and others like Starlink. So OneWeb is talking on Wednesday? Thursday. Not tomorrow, but the day after. So I would love for them to have been here to contribute to this, but they're in the same boat, right? Any low Earth orbit communication satellite constellation is going to fall under this same set of guiding principles. I'm using Starlink because they're robust, they're installed, they're commercial, and there's lots of data available about how the network works and how it's deployed. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that and why this graph, do I have a laser pointer? Why this looks like what it does. We have coverage up top, we have coverage down here, and screw the Midwest. And this is starting in 2023, and this is, I don't know, maybe. So we'll see. They said something 2023, but we will really see. There we go. And so there's one interesting part, which is you can see pockets of coverage. You can see pockets of available commercial go and register, and we'll ship you a client terminal coverage. The rest of the darker areas are you can go register, and we might ship you one, maybe next year, maybe. Right, so that's what those darker bands mean. So another question. How many people have played either Kerbal Space Program or Simple Rockets? Awesome. So if I say polar orbit, you know what I'm talking about? Cool. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about why we had that weird looking band, why we have coverage up here, and why we're probably never going to get great coverage up there. It's a simple matter of rockets, unfortunately. So here's how it actually works when you start to deploy these Starlink satellites. Did anyone see the new deployment? I guess it would have been a couple of months ago, like the Starlink train. Either see it in person or pictures. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool, eh? So when they do this, basically they launch up about 50 to 100 satellites on a rocket, and then they all fall off the rocket once they get into their approximate orbit. They then let gravity do most of the work for about 3 weeks. They naturally spread out until they look like bands kind of like this. This is impossible to see at the back. I really apologize. So at some point I'll have to share, we can share the slides or something, but you can always come talk to me. Take my word for it that along these lines, there's a whole pile of dots, green dots, which are equally spaced Starlink satellites. Same is true with OneWeb. They're all the same. These are the polar orbits. So these ones go basically, you can see from here, this latitude down to the same on the other side of the equator. These polar orbits go over the North and South Pole. They go up and around. The advantage to these polar orbits is they will see the entire Earth once every few hours, right? They will go all the way around and they'll see the entire thing. So you put a handful of them up in one of those orbits, you've always, air quotes is required here, have a satellite in view of pretty much everywhere on the planet as long as you've got enough in place. But you need enough orbits, you need enough trains, circles, and you need enough satellites each. Those are expensive. So let's take a look at Churchill, northern Manitoba, outside of this top area here, this top latitude, where the bulk of the coverage is. And the reason this is chosen is because these satellites are always useful. Their entire orbit, they're pretty much always covering some useful part of the continent. In a polar orbit, half their time is spent covering Antarctica. There's no one there. There's no use for them there. Why would they ever be that? So when you hear Starlink talk, SpaceX talking about, hey, Starlink's going to start covering cruise ships now. Like, cool, great. It's because these satellites are currently not being used for anything. You might as well get money from them, right? Their network capacity is unused. You might as well commercialize it. So that's why they're starting to offer it in those situations. Here's Vancouver. You can see a lot of Starlink satellites from Vancouver. So you get a terminal here, guaranteed that you and all of your neighbors with Starlink, if you just don't want to go with a terrestrial provider, are going to have coverage. Here's Churchill. Where's the next satellite? Handoffs are long, infrequent, performance is poor, and sometimes there's just no one. Right? This is a dead zone that lasts about 10 minutes, while there's just no satellite within view. And if there's a tree, you're even more screwed, right? You have an even smaller area of view of the sky. So you're stuck. Polar orbits are never going to be fully populated. Those ones that cover those northern latitudes will never be fully populated because you need more fuel to put something into that kind of orbit, which means you have less space for satellites. Satellites spend less time over a useful area of your geography where you have paying customers and clients. So depends on the math, but you end up with about 90% less network capacity per launch for a polar orbit than that more useful one, right? That's a huge cut in what you could make out of it. Unless you're mandated to by some world government that I don't know about, it's just not going to happen. It's not feasible. So when we come back to this band is this weird intersection of not serviced by this main set of orbits and too many people. That's the problem that we're bumping into. There's not enough people to matter, and we have a couple of satellites. We're cool. Here, we have just enough. We're just okay, but so we can service specific areas. But this band here is this weird intersection of not enough satellites and too many people. So when we put it all together, it's a little better, right? So we have Starlink, they're all going to be the same. Here and here, but we don't have it here, right? So we still have a pretty big problem. So I want to leave a couple of minutes for questions, so I'll zip through the rest of it. But we need to get more innovative about how we deploy services. Relying on connectivity for things like remote learning is going to become more and more problematic, especially if we want to start to develop the education options in northern communities or remote communities. Deploying infrastructure to the location, right? Drop an edge-hardened system into a closet in the middle of nowhere, power it for a diesel generator for 6 months of the year, solar for the other 6 months. Maybe that can provide some education opportunities. But getting more innovative about how we structure our services is going to become a really important part for how we solve some of these connectivity problems in this weird gap between what we have now and what we really need to push for, right? Which is connectivity as a critical service, right up there with electricity and clean drinking water, which we also have major problems with. So priorities are also drawn, right? If you had to prioritize electricity, clean water, or internet, it's probably going to be one of the first two. So we end up in this weird situation where that's the tough part. So we've done things like work with post-secondaries where we say, hey, it's easier for you bunch to get grants or donations of a bunch of Starlink terminals that you ship out to remote communities than to try to somehow subsidize a remote community to buy their own and manage it. Red River College, University of Manitoba, Simon Fraser, you go do it. You already have the infrastructure in place and the teams in place to do this. You do it. It's easier, it's a lighter lift for you than it is for a community or a student to manage it on their own. Right? So changing the conversation around who does what parts of that heavy lift has had some success for us. I've talked about it before, right? It's changing how service is delivered. We've done some work where we had community hubs where a community center was connected as opposed to entire community, and all remote learning was done through the center. That worked pretty well. It allowed us to sort of centralize the infrastructure needed, optimize a microwave link for one location, that kind of thing, versus an entire community. There's a handful of things that we've done, and I'm more than happy to talk about them later. I'm running out of time in my half an hour. But I hope this sort of sets some of the groundwork for what we've tried. We've tried a bunch of things, we've had a bunch of success, and why things like Starlink, things like OneWeb, and things like 4G, 5G will never solve the distribution problem. It'll solve a density problem. But it's just never going to get there. And the disconnect is huge. It's quite large, right? Things we can look forward to. I'm looking forward to competition, right? And particularly in those satellite constellations. As soon as we get 3 of them, it's going to get easier for each of them to pressure each other to do the things that they really need to do. That's going to be nice. Improved terrestrial and microwave wireless is also going to be nice. Peer-to-peer distribution of learning materials. We're starting to see some of that. Where it's easy to distribute to one, and then they can distribute to the rest of the community, having that caching or tiering hierarchy for the way we do it. It's a little bit focused on educational materials because that's where most of our problems that we bump into with our customers are. They're with the education institutions themselves and figuring out how to enable that remote learning. We had one that during COVID shipped gaming desktops to student households with monitors, keyboards, and mice for their game development course. That was how they solved it. They didn't ask anyone, they just packaged them all up and shipped them out to students' houses. I'm like, was that the best way to do this? Or was it the one you had immediate access to a FedEx label printer? Right, so and that's where we try to step in. That's where I in particular try to step in with our customers is, let's take a pause, step back, let's not just do what's easiest for us right now, let's try to think about what's gonna help the most people and maybe have a little bit of pain for future us, but we can take it, right? It's a whole lot easier for us to take that, and we got bigger shoulders than a student in a northern community with crappy DSL, right? Like that's sort of the shift that I want to try to make is we can handle it as a community and as a group and as a support organization, sort of when you package us all together, we can shoulder that burden. There are a lot of folks that can't. So that's me, and that's it. No questions?
Hi, does anyone else have a question first? No. I know I'm the MC, so I just really wanted to thank you for your presentation because low Earth orbit is something that I've been thinking about in my community for a long time. The band of the lack of connectivity that you see, that is all. We have one ISP in the Northern Territories, and it's Northwest Tel. And so they have a monopoly, right? Yep. So we pay some of the expensive astronomical prices for internet, and because we're so remote, we have there's one line of fiber running along the Alaska Highway. And I've been working in technology since 2007, and I managed 8 remote offices throughout the Yukon. And my community is Atlin, British Columbia, which is the most northern British Columbia region. And I actually just bought my Starlink satellite on Friday afternoon. I've been waiting for this technology for 3 years. And I met last year with a Starlink representative from Washington and tried to explain some of our challenges. So I also just wanted to mention that in my search for connectivity, there used to be the Google Alphabet Loon project. That was like for balloon internet.
Yeah.
But now they have Project Terra, T-A-A-R-A, and they're actually using lasers to beam the internet in India. That technology came from the 80s, like from a woman, I can't remember her name, but she actually is from British Columbia. And this was her project, like about beaming lasers for the internet. So I can't wait until OneWeb is here. Northwestel signed a memorandum of understanding with Northwestel. But in the meantime, like, I'm just waiting to see what happens with my Starlink satellite. So thank you so much for your presentation. I learned a lot, and I really loved your visuals as well.
Well, thank you for the time. This has been great.
On that note of connectivity, I also just wanted to mention that there is an Indigenous Connectivity Summit that is it was originally through the Internet Society, and they've partnered with Connect Humanity, and Mark Boyle is someone that's like really interested in Indigenous connectivity as well. So if you're looking for different partnerships, we also have Peter that's sitting at my table, and he helped bring connectivity and fiber to his First Nation and worked on connectivity projects in my community too. So if anyone wants a spin-off about broadband and connectivity, that would be fantastic. Up next, we have a presentation from UBC, Computer Science for Everybody, from Cinda Heeren, who is a PhD and professor of teaching in the Department of Computer Science at the University of British Columbia, where she designs and teaches large courses in data structures and algorithms. Her pedagogical interests are diverse and include meaningful, scalable, and reliable assessment strategies, and the infusion of arts and culture into computer science curricula. Thank you for being here.
Hi. I'm extremely nervous, but I'll try to get over it because this is supposed to be fun. The first thing I want to do is introduce to you my friend and colleague, Michelle. My friend and colleague, Michelle. She's a projects coordinator in the computer science department, and she has been doing outreach and working to spread the good word of computer science both among our students and outside of our department for, can I say decades?
Just 2 decades.
2 decades. That's plural. I was thinking about it while you were talking about your access to technology, and I also have been doing outreach to mostly children, other than my day job, which is 20-year-olds. They're still children, right? For 30 years, using a curriculum called Computer Science Unplugged. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. All right, so here's Michelle. I'm lucky to call her my friend and my colleague, and I'm Cinda, and we're just gonna sort of share with you some of the things that we do. And then we're gonna listen to you tell us what we should be doing, actually. All right, so we're gonna start, every good dinner party starts with a magic trick. And so here's what's going to happen. You are going to choose a secret number, and then you're going to think about it really hard, and I'm going to leave the room, and I'm going to come back in, and I'm going to be able to feel what your number is, okay? Is that good? Really, I'm going to go out and have some coffee, because I did not have enough this morning. So, got it, Michelle?
Yes, I got it. So think about a number between 0 and 31, okay? So once Cinda's out of the room, you have to tell me the number. Just pick a number and tell me, but softly. Okay. Just pick a number. Anybody? 17. Okay, 17. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys these cards, one for you, and then maybe one for you. Okay, and then one for you, and then one for you, and then one for you. So what you need to do is, if you see 17 on that card, when Cinda comes in, you raise the card, but with the numbers, to the back of the room, so she doesn't see it, and then she might be able to guess what number, the secret number. So if you find the number 17 on those cards, when she comes in, just raise that card with the numbers to the back, so she won't see it. Okay, let's try it. Okay, you can come in.
I can come in? Okay, so raise them high. If your number is on, oh, those are the only ones? Oh, then is it on there? No? No? Then I think, okay, everybody please think the number hard. I think it's 17 is your number? Yeah? Did I get it? Oh, phew. The magic is strong with you. Okay. All right, so we'll look into that a little more deeply in just a minute. The title of our talk, can I advance the slides or? So fancy, I haven't done this before. I know, we never. I don't know. I see no glowy things. I have no glasses. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whoa. Oh, this is just going to be a disaster. I can feel it already. Okay. So, all right. So you have probably heard the idea that computers really only understand zeros and ones. Raise your hand if somebody has said that to you in your life and history. You've heard it somewhere. Okay. So I consider that to be almost a meme. But what you may have heard, what you may have learned in your previous education is that no, in fact, inside the machine, the communication is really done along voltages, using voltages, and really a low voltage is represented by this thing that we call 0, and a high voltage is represented by this thing we call 1. Now, so that belies this message. The computers only understand zeros and ones because no, they don't. They only understand voltages, and I'm sure that there are physics beyond that that really capture even more detail. So, all right, so fine. We're going to represent what's going on inside the computer with zeros and ones. Perfectly fine. What can we do with that? Well, I don't know about you, but I watched YouTube on the way over here. So actually, I didn't. I was driving, but I could have. No. You did. You're watching YouTube right now, aren't you? And so there must be something between this zeros and ones and what we do on our machines every day. And so that's what this lesson is going to be about. In my math classes, I teach an idea called induction, which basically says if you can get from one step to the next, if you know how to make a step, then you can make all the steps. And so what I'm going to do today is to show you sort of how to go from zeros and ones to integers, positive integers, and then I'm going to argue that you could go from there to colors, and then from colors to images, and from images to moving images, and pretty soon, with enough layers, you get to what we can represent on the computer. Okay, so I want everybody to think of their favorite 4-digit number. You got it? Your favorite one. Might have to have a tournament. Okay, will you say your 4-digit number out loud for me?
0050.
Could you say 50 instead? Is that the same?
Sure, 50.
50, okay. Excellent, 50. All right, will you say your favorite 4-digit number out loud? You can use mine if you want.
Sure. 4669.
What is it?
3007.
Okay, so say it in what it means. 3
3007?
How much money is that?
3007.
Yeah, thank you. 3007. Excellent. Okay, say your favorite one.
2000.
2000. Excellent. Yours?
2,651.
Thank you. All right, 2,651. Okay. All right. So now you're telling us, every time you tell us your numbers, and notice how I steered away from, I steered away from the string and made it numerical. Like I said, I need to know what 5007 means, because in the language is meaning, right? When you say 5,137 ones, we get a little lazy at the end, but you're telling exactly the magnitudes that we're talking about, right? And we do this all the time. We do it without even thinking about it. You could count to 1,000,000 if somebody made you do that. All right, any questions about this? And this is our number representation that we're totally accustomed to. Now, what I want to point out is that, oh, I bet I can do this. No, maybe not. That this one is a power of 10. 10 to the 0, right? This one is a power of 10. 10 to the 1. This one is a power of 10. 10 to the 2. And this one is a power of 10. 10 to the... All right. Now, we're in this really weird world, as we know how numbers work. And we also know that computers really only give us zeros and ones. What we're going to do is instead of consider numbers using all of our digits, we're going to reduce the number of digits that we use to just 2 of them. And we're going to call those binary digits, because this means two-way digits. And then furthermore, I was going to annotate this. If you take this B and this it, you get bits. That's right, and that's where that phrase comes from, that these values, 0 and 1, are just bits. Now, we're going to play the same game again. Any questions so far? So we're going to play the same game again. We're going to get rid of the decimal digits, and we're just going to think about binary digits, but here we go. We are going to consider powers of 2 indicated by these values. So 1 is 2 to the 0, 2 is 2 to the 1, 4 is 2 squared, 8 is 2 to the, just say 3. 16 is 2 to the, say 4. 4, thank you. All right, so this feels very familiar, right? And now we can read off the number that this represents. That is, we can get the meaning from this string of 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. I have a question for you. If we have let's see, I have a question for you. Could you eat this many ice cream cones? Could you eat 1, 0, 1, 1, 1 ice cream cones?
How long do I have?
In a month, maybe? Or if you were having a party and you serve them to friends, maybe, right? So this means, now I'm tangled. You swear I'm pushing her, did I turn it off? No? This means, there. Okay, so this means a 16. No 8. No 8. A 4, a 2, and a 1. And when you add those all up, you get 23. Right. All right, let's do this pretty quick. I've got some more examples. That means that the binary number 0, 1, 1, 1, 0 means 14. Right, 8 plus 4 plus 2. It's like an indicator of whether you should add the term. Okay, how about this one? Oh, brother. 29 is correct. Okay, how about this one? 13 is correct. Okay, how about That one. Oh, I forgot to tell you stuff, right? Well, what if I just put those numbers out there and said, hey, take a 16 and an 8 and a 2 and a 1. What would you say? Oh. It's broken, that's right. 24 and 27, right? What if I gave you those? What would you say? They're in rainbow order. I'll put you back there. 2, 4, and 8. 14, right? Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, and so what did you guys hold up? You held up, oh, I looked at that. I said, oh, 1. It's an odd number. And the blue one is right there. That's 16. So I was kind of glad the rest of you didn't hold yours up because it makes it a lot easier. I'm like, oh, their number is 17. They are so tricky. All right, any questions about all of that? So this is how binary numbers work at a very superficial level. There are lots of other things to talk about related to them, but one of my favorite things is this joke that's splashed all over t-shirts everywhere. What number is that? 2, that's right. It is the orange. It's just the orange. Okay, any questions about it? Okay, well, we're going to move right on to color. We're going to move right on to color. So now, I believe that together we have justified the use of zeros and ones to represent positive integers. And now, or numbers, we're going to move from there to the observation that colors are commonly represented using 3 numbers. So that means if we can use zeros and ones to represent numbers and we can put 3 numbers together to represent colors, now all of a sudden we've moved all the way from voltages up to things that, we can have style around them. All right, so here's how it works. We are going to use the color representation, RGB, because it's, pretty common. There are lots of other ones that you could use, and there's a lot of theory behind them. But here's what it indicates. The first number is the amount of red in the image, and the numbers are between 0 and 255. So 255 is as much red as you could have. The second numbers are greens, so and again, from 0 to 255, in this example one, we have none. And then the blues are the last number, and again, they can be between 0 and 255. So my question for you is, which of those 5 numbers have colors, which of these 5 colors right here have I communicated to you via those 3 positive numbers? Which one? Talk it over with people sitting next to you, and let's make sure we all agree. They're not too distorted. They're a little distorted. What do you think? This is hard, isn't it? Because you don't want to be wrong. It's which one? The first one or the fourth one? The first one? Excellent. Okay. I speak for the trees. Okay. Any questions about it? Yeah, there's no green in it. Yep, there is not a hint of green in it. Yep. Okay. All right. So raise your hand if you think it's wait, hold on. I'm going to give you a scheme here. If you think it's the first one, raise your hand with a 1. If you think it's the second one, the baby blue there, raise your hand with a 2. If you think it's the third one, the green one, raise your hand with a 3. If you think it's the fourth one, raise your hand with a 4. And if you think it's the fifth one, the orange one, raise your hand with a 5. So everybody raise their hand with their best guess here. Okay. You might want to change your guess if you're not saying 4. Okay? Yeah, so the deal is, the first one is a really good guess. It is all the red and all the blue. Okay? I forget, the second one definitely has some green in it. The third one definitely has green. It might be the only green. It might just be green. The fourth one is mostly red, but with a little bit of blue to give it some pizzazz. And then the last one, I don't remember. I don't remember what they are. Okay, any questions about that? Okay. So I want to change our representation for just a minute. I want to go from slides and flat things and numbers to three-dimensional world, okay? So now those three numbers are not colors. I mean, they still are, but they're points in space. So they represent points in space. So imagine that we're really plotting things in XYZ coordinates, okay? Here's the origin. Oh man, this is, okay, I'm gonna prop this. Okay, here's the origin right here behind the microphone. There is one of the oh, it's here, black. So black is the one that has 0 of all of them. Okay. In one of the dimensions is the red, the first one. You can think of it as the X. In another of the dimensions is the green. You can think of it as the Y. In the other dimension is the blue. It happens to be purple in this plastic, but it's the blue. That's another one of the dimensions. And so we could take any color represented this way and plot it somewhere inside this cube, considering it as XYZ coordinates. Okay, does that make sense? This is a bit of a leap. We're taking you through like, I don't know, there's a lot going on here. I admit it. All right, any questions about it? I'm happy to try to clarify. Any questions? All right, now, the cool thing about this is it captures pretty much the span of colors. It would be almost impossible to come up with a color that we could put somewhere in this space. Yeah? All right, so now I have another question, of course. I'm going to show you some colors. What do you think about these colors? Here. So I've given you the RGB in each row. What's true about all those colors? Raise your hand if your favorite color is purple. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think my favorite color is green lately, too. All right, so look what this does. This takes the wealth of colors, the expressiveness of this three-dimensional space, and it removes one of the dimensions, right? And so I might as well have come to you with only this slice right here. I have lost all of this. All of the points all the points we can devise, all with 0 green, all live only in this space. That makes me feel a little sad. But let me tell you really why. All of this is a metaphor. Because while this is a color space, what I really want you to think about it is as a metaphor for the idea space. Okay, and yes, I mean the idea space. I think we would agree that technology serves the idea space and vice versa, right? We're driven by innovation. We want to improve things and change things constantly. We need good ideas. Now, who are the people making the ideas? Well, it's us, it's human beings, right? And if we constrain the attributes of the people that are making the ideas, we're effectively cutting off dimensions of innovation. So now I am not just talking about, getting rid of all the green from the color space. I'm talking about getting rid of all the women from the idea space. Or getting rid of all the people who like to wear purple shirts from the idea space. Or getting rid of, I need another clever kind of example here, Michelle, I don't have one. But the punchline of all of this is that diversity isn't just something that we do for populations that we work with. Diversity is what we do in service to innovation and ideas, because diversity matters because we need all the ideas. We need everyone's ideas, we need everyone's experiences, and we need everyone's voices. We need old people, we need young people, we need children even. And the only way that we can do this is if we make sure to include people who aren't exactly like us. Like, I look at myself and I go, okay, I gotta find a young person. And we should actively search to do this, because it's the only way that we're gonna find the corners of the idea space. It's the only way we're gonna find true innovation. All right, so that's the spiritual talk. That's the part that makes you go, oh yeah, I wanna be an entrepreneur. But it's not the practical part of the talk. The practical part of the talk says, you know what? Tech jobs are great jobs. I found 85 lists of best jobs all over the world, and they were all populated by healthcare and tech jobs. So I just grabbed one and put it here. I just grabbed, the entries on one of the lists. I mean, cloud architect isn't even there, and it's another best job. These were selected to be best jobs because they are common. That is, you can get these jobs. There are lots of plentiful. They're plentiful and they pay well. Those are the two most prominent features of what makes something a best job. Okay? So, here's where I think we are. And does anybody want to refute this? We agree that tech jobs are cool, they're good jobs, and we agree that it should be a diverse workplace. There are probably stats out there that say that there aren't enough tech workers. And I want to address the question of how do we get from this to that? That's sort of what this talk is about. How do we get from kids into awesome jobs? And I think things like binary magic tricks are part of it. All right, any questions? Okay, so I have 4 minutes, but we're gonna go, do you need me to wrap it up in 4 minutes truly, Pamela? It's okay. 5 extra? 7 extra? Yeah, I know, I was thinking too. All right, so what I want you to do at your tables is talk about why is it so hard to get diverse voices into our field. I don't know about the indigenous populations or the communities. I think you probably do, certainly more than I do. And so I'd like you to educate me on what are the challenges faced by the communities between the children and the jobs. I'm sorry if that's a naive question, but go ahead, talk about it. I do have a couple up here that I'll share in a minute. All right.
It's going to read up the slides to it, and like, no.
All right, are you ready to bring it back together? So, I heard some conversations that are both inspiring and sobering. Yeah. All right. Let's pull it together just for a minute. So I heard conversations that were inspiring and sobering. And I am unequipped to address the sobering bits. The one thing I can do from my perspective to address the sobering bits is vote and care and try and listen. And I feel very inadequate to let that conversation go right there and to put on the sunshine of the inspiration. But I'm ill-equipped to talk about the other. I can talk about the inspiration. So we could end it right now. But we could also talk about the inspiration. So the expertise of people who address the sobering issues involved, I think, should be supported. I don't know how to do that. What I can talk about are UBC's experiences addressing issues of inequality among demographically different populations within the university setting. All right, but first, I looked up some of the challenges. I read an Indigenous news article, I should have the citation here and I don't, where there were at least 2 challenges listed, one of which was internet access, or I heard you describing it as infrastructure, basically. And that feels to me like something that money could be actually very instrumental there. So money and grant writers and supporters for that. From your perspective, if you want to do outreach, if you want to work with kids, if you want to set up programs, there are some resources available in some communities. And so, I challenge you to look and see what your libraries and your community centers and your schools have available and partner with them if you are inspired to do programmatic interventions. The second challenge is one that is really the only thing I'm qualified to talk about. And that is computer science instruction. There is a ton of material out there that's available to you. Canada Learning Code, I moved here from the United States about 5 years ago, and I have been extremely impressed with Canada Learning Code's programmatic offerings. My own kids participated in some of their remote lessons, and they were extremely high quality. The second one, especially in the absence of infrastructure, especially in the presence of challenges to infrastructure, is really fantastic. It's a community of people who want to teach about computer science, but without computers, and it's called CS Unplugged. It is their material that I really literally have been using for 30 years. When things are unplugged, it doesn't fall victim to the next latest version because it's unplugged. Code.org is a US organization, has tons of fun activities there. It's very marketed, it's very polished. Girl Smarts for Tech is run by undergraduate women in our department, primarily outreach for young women. It has, they've been developing lessons, and I really like their lessons because they're created through the eyes of 20-year-olds instead of through the eyes of me, and so they have a young feel to them. They're relevant to the students. And then there are 2 other organizations that are quite different. Microsoft and Amazon both have curricular efforts and resources available for schools, being in schools. But for tech professionals in the schools. So TEALS, for example, allows people like you to go and run a computer science class in a high school, and they give you all the curriculum that you need to do it. Amazon Future Engineer also has lots of materials, really, really high quality stuff. All right, any questions about all of that? Okay. So UBC CS has several different initiatives that we do. Yes, they're all in the Lower Mainland right now. I hope that we can expand them. But as you think about the things that you would bring to the community, There are these 4 avenues that you can use to think about it. One is mentoring. I heard that talked about at the table. You know, you are the mentors, right? Like, you did it. This is a fantastic path. Community building, that is bringing students together, all of whom have similar interests, and making sure that they have identity with that group, in addition to their own personal identities within their family and schools. In reach is technical instruction internally to your own group. So, you know, you may among IT professionals in your context want to get together and do, I don't know, learn a new language. What's the latest web framework? Things like that, things that support your own technical enthusiasm and engagement. And then finally, there's outreach, where, you know, you sort of buckle on the boots and you get your colorful stuff and you head out the door to the library for all of Saturday morning. And then nobody shows up and you're sad, and then you try it again the next week and they do show up. And sometimes you go and thousands of kids show up. And it's always fun. All right. So these are examples of things that we do. Michelle had to leave. She speaks much more eloquently than I do about them, because they were programs that emerged from her mind. She's a miracle worker with respect to getting the word out about computer science. The last resource I wanted to give you was an opportunity to call us. If you do want to take fun lessons, colorful things into a high school or a math class or a library, or maybe it's elders, right? Like maybe a friend of mine who retired has been going out to retirement homes and talking about computer science. If you want to do those things, give us a call. We'll help you brainstorm, at least for the teeny tiny corner of what kinds of things you might do. Do you have any questions? I'm really sorry. Pamela, I'm so sorry. I owe you, okay. Do you have questions? Ideas, comments? Yeah?
Some of the programs and stuff, is there any cost to those, like the kids stuff and things like that? So just, I'm sure people are wondering as well.
None of those, yeah, all of those are free. I should have said that, like, dance up. I never pay for anything. Like, I'm really cheap, so yeah. Yeah, I'm going back to this one. Yeah. This is a bit of a there's more than this. This is a bit of a curated list. Like, these are my favorites. So, any other questions? Ideas? Things you want to tell me?
I've never heard of the Microsoft Teals thing before, so I'm excited to look for that.
Excellent. Yeah, it's a really good program. I'm not sure, like, if they target particular cities, but we have contacts. So if you want to bring it to wherever you are, let us know and we can help facilitate that. Yep. Anything else? Yeah? So the remote people can hear you. Here up.
Can everyone hear me? Hi, Mike Redmond from OneWeb. From those who thought OneWeb wasn't here representing, we are here. And we'll have our chance to talk on Thursday. Yeah, just actually, not so much a question, but if we're looking to put in some, to get a program up and running with UBC, would you be the contact, or who should we talk to actually have that conversation and get a program going?
Either me or Michelle, either one of us. I mean, we would both be involved in getting that going.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, we would definitely be interested to be part of the computer science or the space program, and we'd like to have a conversation about how we could help with that. So.
Excellent,
okay,
that
great.
would be great.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Michael, is that right? Okay, I'll look for your email. Now you're all afraid to talk to me. Any other questions or comments? Again, ideas? I came here saying I gotta listen and not talk, so. Fail, yeah? Oh, she's right behind you, she has one.
I was just thinking of a recent session that I did with the Center for Diversity and Inclusion, and they challenged us to think about I think they called it the platinum rule instead of the golden rule, which is to treat others treat others the way that they want to be treated, not the way that you want to be treated, which I thought was a really good framework in terms of those of us who are educators and who might be the mentors for these young people who are up and coming, to really consider them as individuals and to treat them the way they want to be treated. So,
thank you for that.
Hi, so I work for the Prince Albert Grand Council, and one of the things that we've been doing, I think they just had the 25th Fine Arts Festival this last year, and we were able to live stream that. But one of the struggles that we have with kids is having teachers that feel either comfortable or qualified to teach these things. Are any of these resources self-paced, or do they require a teacher involved, or any kind of involvement that would be able to assist with that? Because I'd love to see, like in our program for Fine Arts Festival, we have the ability for video and film and computer games and coding, and those are all written, but nobody ever competes in them because nobody knows to teach them or to be able to do any of them. So that's the struggle that we have. We're trying to make it available, but when you don't have the teachers, then you can't have the students.
Right, and so training teachers puts a burden on them because that's just more time that they have to spend on something that they're not confident about. That's actually really why I like the TEALS program, because it takes professionals and helps the teachers. It helps the schools, like the professionals who know, come in and do the instruction. You know, you have to admit it's much quicker for you to process, like what you learned in 15 minutes about binary numbers. You know, we would spend a whole day on if we were talking to high school, middle school teachers. So there's a great opportunity for people with expertise to come and help the teachers and support the teachers. Canada Learning Code has programs for teachers, but again, it requires additional time. I don't want to put additional burden on teachers. This is a big problem.
One of the issues we have is that we can't even get engineers into these communities to work on the technology, let alone to teach the kids. So we don't have engineers available or teachers available to teach the kids in these communities. So that's why I was asking about how many of these were self-paced or available to the kids to be able to learn as their intrigue brings them to it.
Yeah, a lot of them are. So code.org especially, so Canada Learning Code, they come to like Saturday classes on their own. Canada Learning Code kids do Saturday classes on their own. So that's self-paced, instructed from central services, volunteers deliver that curriculum. Code.org, you can go there and play their puzzles right now. They're very fun. The material that they have there, and kids can certainly do it. CS Unplugged is something to be delivered. So it's code.org and Canada Learning Code that are more independent. I'm sitting here feeling a little bit inspired to go do some teacher workshops too. I don't know if that really helps. I don't know. Would you come to a workshop if we did a workshop together and like learned how? That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Oh, okay, friends for life. Oh. Anything else? Thank you for all of this. I really enjoyed being here and seeing your happy faces.
Thank you so much, Cinda, for being here from UBC to give your invigorating presentation with your examples and your magic tricks with math. I really liked how you talked about the idea space, about different dimensions of innovation and how diversity is in service of innovation and ideas, that it's important to find the corners of the idea space. You talked about some of the challenges, and I appreciate that you gave each group time to think about what some of the challenges are, internet access particularly being one of them. Also, the hour of code. My daughter is 16. She really loves math, And so much starts with early childhood education. So Hour of Code happens through code.org, which was one of your links. And I just wanted to also talk about the importance of partnerships. I heard someone mention about how, the engineers are so busy actually doing the work that they don't have time to do mentorship. And I think we're all in that situation where we're so busy doing the work that it's hard to find time to do the volunteer, to step out into your community, to get other Aboriginal, Indigenous children actively involved and interested in technology. In the north, we have the Yukon Women in Trades and Technology, which is a board. We also have Yukonstruct, which is, and I sit on the Tech Yukon board. And so part of Tech Yukon's board is to get out to the schools, go to, have the children learn a little bit more about technology and what we do. So in your different provincial jurisdictions, there's probably other organizations that are thinking about how do we foster a more diverse IT environment and have more people interested in the industry. So definitely something we're taking into consideration as we're trying to build capacity both in healthcare and specifically in IT. So thank you so much, Ganesh. And right now, I just wanted to let you all know that we have one presenter left. We have Nova Networks and Tyson Roffey. And then after this presentation, we'll have the draw for the iPad, and that will be the end of the day. But for right now, we can just take a 15-minute break. And so we'll reconvene at 2:30 so people can get up and visit and have coffee and etc. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to almost the end of day one. We still have 2 more wonderful days together. This is our last presenter of this afternoon. And then after this presentation, I will be doing a draw for the iPad and a $100 gift certificate. So everyone in the room will have an opportunity after this presentation to win a new iPad and also $100. Woo! Attention! Thank you. I would like to present our final speaker of the day from Nova Networks. We have Tyson Roffey. Tyson has over 25 years of experience working within various complex business environments such as healthcare, technology, consumer products, high-tech, manufacturing, and management consulting. Tyson joined Nova in 2022 as their VP of Digital Health. Prior to that, he was part of the national IBM healthcare team. Thank you.
All right. Whoa. Step back from. Okay. Is this the right distance? But the clicker's over there. Oh, okay, I could go over there. Okay, thanks. I'm not gonna freak anything out. All right. Yeah. All right. Oh, Lord, geez, I'm having a hard time already. All right. So thanks for having me. This is the second NIITA summit that I've been at. I was lucky enough to be in Winnipeg last time. And before I start, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. We all hear in the press, in the news, from other people, how the frontline heroes as nurses and doctors that took us through COVID were superb and how wonderful they were. But all of you were part of that, right? All of you were there. Like, I can't imagine there's one person that would raise their hand and say, oh yeah, no, I just cashed in my chips during COVID and we did nothing, right? We shut her down for 3 years. Like, none of that happened. You guys were in there, guys and gals, in there making it happen, making all those services available for everyone. I happened, during that period, I ran 60 pop-up centers for the province of Ontario for testing, right? And that was all IT people that made all that happen in a ridiculous amount of time. So one, big thank you for all of you guys and gals who are out there in the front lines, but not in the spotlight, which I seem to be in at this moment, and not enjoying it. So I think it is part of the profession, and especially part of healthcare, that when we hear interdisciplinary care, that we take a moment and make sure we're part of that, right? Because in today's world, and unfortunately in many of your remote communities, you're probably still more paper-based than anything else, but they still need access to computers, they still need those tools, they still need to register patients, all those kinds of things. And it is the people in this room that make those things happen. So one, a heartfelt thank you to all of you for making all that work happen during that period of time. So as you guys know, my name is Tyson Roffey. I live in Ottawa. I've had the privilege of being the CIO at the Children's Hospital there. I was also the CIO at Sick Kids. So I live and understand and breathe this kind of stuff. I really had fun. I did 2 night shifts over the weekend as I helped a small hospital go live with their Epic system, or their electronic health records, just this past weekend, which was a riot. I hadn't done that in a long time, but you do and say weird things about 3 o'clock in the morning. And we're still fighting some Wi-Fi issues. So if there's any really great Wi-Fi people out here, catch me at the end. I may have some troubleshooting questions for you. So this presentation is really about introducing a company to all of you, more as a platform, right? You'll have lots of people that'll come and share with you, let's partner and let's do this together, let's do that together. What I want to bring to you today and introduce is Nova Networks. It's a company I just joined. And think of a new way of partnership, right? How can we do this together? As you know, the luxury that we have at Nova is we're a fairly large organization, about $55 million. And we do have engineers and other people that we can support remotely and bring other services to different communities. So I just want to introduce this company. You guys really don't know me from Adam. You don't know my company. There is some, I don't know if there's any representatives from Cree Nation government here, but that's one of the communities we've done some work with, but in general, we haven't historically done this work. But you guys are faced with all kinds of interesting challenges, right? Supply chain, try getting a laptop in the middle of COVID. Like, holy geez, you're better off, rebuilding one yourself or doing a little Raspberry Pi or something. Compliancy, things are getting more complicated all the time. All these things that the industry is asking you to do, and I'll say your bosses are asking you to be smart at, but at the same time, you have to run the daily operations, right? So you're probably all running, 6, 8, 10, 12-hour days, but it's like, oh, but keep up with the new technology, and hey, have you seen this latest, greatest thing? And oh, don't forget to be privacy compliant, and oh, is your security thing up to date, right? How do you do all those things consistently? And my argument here is you need help. Was that? You don't, yeah, well, that is the reality, right? Like, the small hospital I was just working with, right? They've got 2 guys, or 2 people, is their IT shop, right? How do you implement a whole EMR, right? They were unfortunate enough to get hit by ransomware, and they lost everything a year prior to that, right? Because they didn't, because they couldn't, they did, right? So a lot of people will talk about partnerships and doing things, but what I want to introduce to you is Nova as a platform, right? I have the luxury of working for a private organization that could make business choices to work with you differently than ever before to try to tackle some of these problems, if not all of them. So, little agenda. I'll just introduce Nova. I'll talk about a little bit of what we do, just to give you a sense of it, and then talk about partnerships and what I think we could do potentially next together. But all of this starts with us understanding and listening. One of the other luxuries I have is I've lived on and near reserve in my life, mainly because my father was what they called in Ontario a specialty principal. So up in that Sioux Lookout area, he lived in Savant Lake and Land of the Lakes and all those kinds of places. So as a family, we got pulled through all those areas. I'm originally from Cornwall, Ontario, which is the Akwesasne, Mohawk areas there as well, and I've known and worked with lots of people there. So I've had some insight, but even in my career, I remember years ago, I was with Bell Canada, and we were making a pitch for putting mobile clinics in trucks, right? And we're like, oh, we're so excited about it. Here's a bunch of city slickers, right? Like we're putting this cool tech in the trucks, and we're bringing the trucks up there, and we get up and do our presentation, and someone goes, how are you going to get the trucks here? I'm like, it's a trick question, right? I'm like, I'm on to you, but the only answer I have is we're going to drive them. And they're like, no, you're not. There's not a road here to drive the truck. We're like, oh shit, well, this isn't a good idea, right? So the realities that you live in the field are generally known by you, right? So all of this starts with a conversation and understanding those realities, as our colleague who showed what this great satellite infrastructure in future will do. It itself has its limitations. Like there's going to be no silver bullet to solve some of the realities that you live with every day, right? So what can we do to get you there or do it together? So the company I now work for is about a 30-year-old company, single owner, about $55 million company. And Gus Isaac, who is the owner, is really fascinated with healthcare. So he's hired me and a bunch of other people to see what we can do to make a difference, right? And that's why I'm here today. We've got a whole bunch of different customers, right? And in that, we've been able to learn a whole bunch of things. Everything from Bruce Power, which is a nuclear power plant. Imagine the rules you got to follow in your IT infrastructure and how secure that needs to be. To Intria, which is banking. The Arnprior Hospital, which they've completely outsourced their IT organization. It's all Nova people, right? We have 3 or 4 of those. CAE, which does aviation training. A whole bunch. CHIO, actually, how I ended up at Nova is kind of a funny story, because when I was the CIO at CHIO, I was a customer of Nova. And no, I didn't like it so much I bought the company. That's not how that story goes, but the owner always had a running joke, says one of these days you're gonna come work for me and help me build a healthcare practice. So here we are 15 years later. So lots of learnings, lots of experience within our relatively small company, and the goal is how do we bring that to you as a platform, right? We think of Azure or AWS as a platform, right? How do you think of a company as a platform? How do you leverage the knowledge, capability, financial resources of a company to help you in your IT journey? These are a whole bunch of things that we do, and I'm just going to talk about 3 of those. I'm not going to bore you to death. If you're interested, I'm here for the next couple of days to have a conversation. So within our services portfolio, I'm just going to talk a little bit about lifecycle management, because I think we do that a little different. We have the luxury of having a warehouse. So in COVID, using that as an example, the city of Ottawa was the first to do pop-up centers within the province of Ontario, and probably, I think, within the country. And why is that? Because Nova runs a warehouse, and part of the agreement we have with them is we hold 20% of all their infrastructure in reserve as part of their disaster planning. They added the word pandemic to that contract now. It's part of disaster and pandemic planning. But we had all that equipment, and we keep those things. Being a privately held company, we get to hold inventory like a mini distributor. So when it comes to PCs and laptops and those kinds of things, we tend to have that in hand. So it's a really interesting thing. Call centers, how do you make a small team look big, right? How do you take a burnt out team and give them the ability to go to bed at night, right? using simple call center technologies. Someone can answer that phone for you, and if you can have confidence in that, that's going to give you the ability to go to bed at night and know that your system, your organization, your hospital, your whatever is still available. And then managed services seems to be kind of a trend of how do I get IT professionals more into managing the direction of something versus the hands on the keyboard all the time. So lifecycle management, you guys probably all know this business better than anyone. The wonderful thing about what we do is we really have the ability to cover everything from helping you identify what you need to procuring. We have a whole procurement shop, deployment. So we have a warehouse and a great big bench. We probably could run 25, 30 machines every 15 to 20 minutes. Maintenance and service, I'll talk a little bit about that as well. And disposal. There is generally a thought of green initiatives within IT. There's a lot of, I'll say, junk that we just throw out from time to time. So we have the ability to bring that, recoup it. It's all recycled within the country. All the materials are reused and all that kind of stuff. The other thing that program gives us, we do this a lot in the province of Quebec, is we take all these recycled computers and we bring them back to the schools. So a lot of that stuff goes to the schools. In my past life, I worked for IBM, and it was my team that ran the last general election, and all of the equipment that was used in the last general election went to indigenous communities. It was all brought back, recycled, repurposed. Nova is the company that sits behind IBM that does all that work. So really interesting thing if people are starting to get to the idea of a computer as a service, right? Same model as our cell phones, right? Nobody really pays $1,000 for a phone. You pay your $80 a month to get your phone and your service, right? So PCs, that type of program is starting to come out more and more if people are looking to keep things modernized, right? It's a really nice idea just to keep things flowing because you don't have to worry about it, right? Every 2 years, they're going to get all flushed out and you're going to get all new ones. So this is why this program is helpful and useful, and especially for small or rural or remote organizations that are trying to keep up, right? Just to bring decent services, this type of program becomes super helpful, right? Because you're going to pay $80 a month for a device. You got 25 devices, you do the math real simple, and then you don't have to worry if you're part of the budgeting team, what am I going to do next month? Or where am I going to find those capital dollars? Or what argument do I need to have with the boss to get that money to solve that problem, right? You move things into that kind of as a service model, and it just alleviates all those extra steps you got to go through. So making sense because I see some people nodding, or they're either partially falling asleep, one or the other. The other part of that whole thing is we're one of the few certified organizations to do repairs. In Ottawa, we're the only Apple repair shop, right? For those in healthcare, I don't know why, I think docs got into Apple because it was cool when they were doing research, right? If you go back 15 years ago before Apple was like Apple, right? Having an Apple was like a status symbol. It's like, oh, I've made it into life. And then it just carried on. And then all us old people had kids and they had iPods, and it was the only way to talk to your kid is if you had another Apple device, so we all got an Apple. Anyway, that's how it happened in my family. So we can repair all those kind of devices, which gives us another angle, right, to create partnerships with communities and organizations that may not need the latest and greatest, but need something, right? We talked about libraries and programs for teaching of young students. The girls' coding program, I have 3 daughters, and I had 2 that went and looked at that. They lost interest after a couple months, but anyway, they went and did it for a while. It was lots of fun. Talked a little bit about help desk services, right? This is a really interesting way what our organization does to help We have customers that have as small as 5 computers and as big as like the city of Ottawa, I think is 16,000. But we do this kind of call center stuff per the call, right? So your pricing is, I don't know, it could be as low as $1.25 a call. So leveraging this kind of infrastructure, as I said, thinking of a company as a platform to help support your organization and lift it or bring more services or more capabilities or give you peace of mind, this is a really simple trick to do that. It's kind of one of those life hacks where if you can have remote help, right? Even in the most remote communities, there's generally telephone, right? Doesn't have to be internet. And a lot of things can be supported just through regular telephone calls, right? So again, just another really simple tool in the kit bag that helps you. And we follow all the best practices and all that kind of stuff because we have to. So you get to leverage that kind of story. Network Operations Center, the organization had bought a company called Nova bought a company called Nuvo. And it was a company that was a help desk and network operations center for the federal government. So we kind of got lucky on that one and is built on from there. So this is just another way to support and make a small team look bigger if it's something that you're trying to achieve. Cybersecurity, if you're not doing some of that today, well, I mean, you said it right. People just aren't doing it, right? You run out of time, energy, money, all those kinds of things. When you turn this on its head, right, and look at it as a service, your ability to do these things, pennies on the dollar, become exponentially better, right? Versus the more traditional model was, as an organization, I had to go buy all this software or hardware, all these tools to make it work. And then I needed my staff to be trained and understand how all of this stuff worked, right? So again, as you turn this on its head and look at things as a service, then Nova as a platform, it's just another way to continuously help. Again, managed service, I mean, it's a repetitive story, so I just won't keep repeating myself. But again, as you go through that stack, right, I told you about a hospital that I worked with in particular that got hacked because they just, as you said, weren't doing it. They didn't know how or when. And this is just another way to avoid all that kind of stuff. I think statistically, I think it's 93% of hospitals in Ontario have been hacked or held to ransomware. And I think the other 7% just were smart enough not to let anyone find out. Yeah, exactly. So just moving on to partnerships, and I've been to many conferences, and was at the last NIITA event. People love to use this word partnership, and I always wondered what it really means because everyone has different interpretations. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put it up there. This is what it means to me, right? And it really is about cooperation and having shared goals and shared objectives, right? And something we're going to do together, right? It's not, oh, you're going to buy stuff from me and therefore I'm going to call you a partner. Like, there's a ton of that, right? But it's really those characteristics. And whether it's this community or another healthcare community or any other customers, these are the things that resound with us. The organization right now, I think, has the average tenure of the staff at Nova is about 18 to 20 years. We have salespeople that have been there 22 years, right? We have service desk managers that have been there from the day that the company has started. So it's a very family-run business. The owner's wife actually works in accounting. The son works in operations. The daughter is the director of HR, right? And so that's the kind of culture and fabric we have within that organization. Part of the reason why I joined, because I think that is what we need within the healthcare organization, or healthcare community to make it successful, right? Healthcare will never be that big for-profit win. Share part of my reasoning for leaving IBM was their idea of doing healthcare was show me a $50 million opportunity and I'll invest and we'll get you going. It's kind of like the how many ice cream cones questions we got earlier. Like, is that in a lifetime, in a month? Like, it's just never going to happen, right? Healthcare is this. This is the group. These are the people that make it happen, and it happens opportunity at a time, and it doesn't matter how big or small it is. It matters what you're doing to enable someone to deliver care, right? And that's what this company is all about. So things we do, I mentioned from the election standpoint that Nova was the company behind IBM. We sit behind many organizations, IBM being one of them. We've done some work with Deloitte, Accenture, a lot of the CGI, a lot of the big organizations will use our onshore and Canadian-only resources because we figured out a way to, I'll say, be cheap and cheerful and still deliver really high quality. But we're an onshore alternative to a lot of the big players. So you would never even know or hear of Nova because we tuck ourselves as white labels. And we can do that if you have a band or an organization or a team that you want to make sure it's answered as, Johnny's service. We do those kinds of things, right? So these are just examples of ways we can work or partner together. And then everything we do is in Canada and within Canada and using Canadian resources. The other thing is as a starting point, so Nova is now the first Canadian HIMSS Infram certified company. So for those, does everyone know what HIMSS is? People know HIMSS? Yeah, I presented on HIMSS in the last event. So HIMSS stands for Health Information Management System Society. And HIMSS is an organization that started out in the US, but is really one of those not-for-profits that builds out models, advocates for health IT, and they're only health IT. And they write maturity models to help guide people like ourselves on where do I start? What's the next step? What's the next thing I need to do to move my organization forward? Easy to Google. And we'll make sure the presentation's for you, so don't worry about pictures. I moved Nova into this area of work so that we can work with every organization and help you grow and assess where am I today and what is the next thing I should be doing, right? And so the HIMSS models, there's one for electronic medical records, there's one for ambulatory care, there's one for supply chain, this is for infrastructure. And so this is a great starting point. Even if you don't want to do any work with me, just go Google it. And if you're thinking, okay, what's the next thing I should be thinking about as I develop the infrastructure for my organization, my outpost, my hospital, whatever it might be. It's all fairly easily laid out, and if you want to follow up, I can give you more information. There are HIMSS chapters in Canada. BC has a chapter called BC HIMSS. There's one HIMSS Prairies, which I think is Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. Ontario, the HIMSS Ontario chapter, and there isn't one currently for Quebec or the Maritimes, but they'll fall into typically somewhere in the Canadian geography. But again, as a starting point, right, I introduced the idea of Nova Networks as a platform, a set of tools that are available for you to use, right? And that's not always for fee, right? There's for free components to that. I talked about services we can help bolster you guys with, and now I'm leaving you with, here's a model that you can use and leverage and just use as your thinking. What's your strategic plan? How are you going to move your organization forward? And again, I think you can join any one of these chapters if you're really, really interested. If you have the luxury, there is an international HIMSS conference every year. This year, I think it's in May in Chicago. And it usually attracts between 60 and 70,000 people. It's huge. And you'll see everything you ever wanted to learn or see within healthcare IT at those events. So now you know me a little bit, you know my organization a bit more, a bit of what we can do to potentially help, some guidance on what you could do next for your own organizations, and then the next step is up to you guys. How can we approach IT management differently together? Right? I'm not a marketing guy, so I came up with Nova Care. I don't know if it's going to stick or the boss is going to like it, but so far it's made it into the slides. We'll see if it's there again next week. But how do you take this portfolio of goods, this basket of goods, to your own organizations, and let us know if we can help. That is it for me. Thank you for sharing your time.
Hi, I'm wondering if anyone has any questions for Tyson regarding Nova Networks. I think it's incredible that they were able to build over 30 years like a network of 300 employees. Thank you for touching a little bit on ITIL. I'm wondering who in the room has ever had ITIL training? Yeah, so it's great. So yeah, I'm trying to find speaking points for people. You know, ITIL is a very important standard within the IT industry. I think they're up to version 4. And thank you for talking about some of the core concepts that are really important for any help desk. You know, are you imaging your computers? Like, you know, offering computers as a service, multi-factor authentication, making sure that you're using a tool like Autopilot and Intune to probably manage your devices. So once again, thank you very much. So this is the close of day 1. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we're going to be having a networking event with a cash bar from 7 to 10 p.m. And we're also going to be doing kind of like a little race. All of your names have been put in the draw. And so this is how they're sort of drawing the name from the hat. So I'm supposed to, all right. All right, so we have 30 seconds on the clock. And
sorry, it's Pamela back here. I just wanted to share that this draw is for our NIITA membership participants. So sorry to industry folks, we'll have a draw for you at a later date.
Okay, so 3. Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, so running down the road, we have Steven Anderson is out in front. Oh, quickly coming is Shane Stevens. Lyle Carlson's coming up quick. Keaton Knight, I see you. Timothy Tobacco. Oh no, Lyle fell back. There goes J.R. Idisor into the back. And slowly I see Reva Ponientry coming a little bit closer. Michael Williams is on his way. It's a 3-way race between Richard, Michael, and Steven. Go, Richard! Go, Turtle, go! Oh, here comes Alicia Flynn coming up to the win! Number 29. Congratulations, Alicia. If you could please stand.
So it's not Alicia, it's Elsa Flynn. She won a laptop.
Okay.
Or not a laptop, an iPad. So our next draw is going to be for a $100 gift certificate. And so if you win something, I'm taking your name off.
Yeah. Okay, congratulations. And if I mispronounce your name, apologies. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, here comes Lester Cook coming up fast, and David Bone in the banana suit. Carl Simond is coming close with a penguin, but look out for the fox of Michael Williams running faster. Oh, and we have Little Witch coming up fast. It's a race, tie and tie with Carl Simard and Mrs. or Mr. Panapi. Oh, okay, Tyler Knight, Michael Williams, Lyle the banana. Oh, Michael Williams, number 17, the fox. Congratulations. So, congratulations on. Okay, we're gonna do one more. If anyone else wants to do this at the mic, please. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I see a big chicken. Go, Gerald Benmans. Go, Gerald. We still have Lyle Carlson out in front in the clown suit. Not too sure what's gonna happen. Scott Thompson is coming up fast in a hot dog suit. I don't know who's gonna win. I still see that witch strong in the top 10. Come on, let's go, Scott. Okay, oh, Richard in the turtle suit is still going. Oh, who's coming up? Tyler Knight. Oh! Congratulations, Tyler, number 21 on the ostrich. Awesome. So we'll do that again tomorrow for another iPad and another gift card. Yeah, and if there's anyone that would like any other closing comments for the end of the day, I just want to thank you all for being here, and it was a really informative session, and I had some really great conversations with many of the participants. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all again this evening at 7 o'clock, and I would like to turn it over to Pamela, and we'll be starting again tomorrow morning, also at 8:30.